Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 and our 2013 season playthrough. Managed to fix the file, kind of, and we're going to pick back up with Season 2 tonight. Round 5, we are heading to Barcelona, Spanish. First things first, we have our spare side pods, which is very helpful. There we go. So here we are at home base, 2 mil in the bank. It's been a little while. We tried to stream this last Monday, and that did not go well at all. And then I tried to switch to our 26 series, and that didn't go well either. So I kind of abandoned the stream for Monday night, and then with the heat wave, it just got too hot to do anything. I spent most of last week just lying in a puddle, just no energy, no strength, nothing. It was just so hot, and so yeah, I don't think the PC was handling the heat very well either. It gets very, very much an oven in here when it gets warm, and I think it was just too much heat in the room. Nice and cool now. Well, cooler. The heat wave has broken, so did a little bit of testing over the weekend, trying to get both save files working again, and they are now both working again. So here we are, back for round 5 of our second season, our final season on this save through. As we try and make Schumacher a champion, we bring the camera back. Hello, how you doing? Good to see you all. Welcome, Dino. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat. As always, please feel free to say hello. And if you have any questions, ask away. I'll see what I can do to answer those for you. The cap is back. We've got the Vodafone cap on tonight. As always, I am a man of many caps, which you probably can't quite see off camera up there. But we have new additions. And hopefully we'll be able to put one of those on later tonight. Need a good result for that to happen. Made some changes to the set behind as well, as you can see. Move the microphone out of the way, there we go. So the Silverstone 2003 display is now pretty much finished. In fact, let me go full screen on this one for you so you can have a better look. There we go. So yeah, additional caps up here. We've got the Senna Blue Nacional cap. It's not an original, it's a cheap knockoff because those caps don't exist anymore for anything less than extortionately high amounts of money. So why spend hundreds of pounds when you can get a cheap one for a £5, which is what I did. On top of that, we also have a new Mercedes cap. I've got a Jensen Lucky Stripe cap nestling underneath the Aston cap here, and then also we have podium caps. If we are lucky enough to make it on the podium, we get to wear the Pirelli podium cap. This one is a special limited edition 150 years of Pirelli promo cap that I actually got for an absolute bargain. I think I paid about £9 for that cap. And then a classic Bridgestone podium cap design as well. Very, very nice. And we are using Bridgestone tyres on this playthrough, so we might get to put this one on tonight. Might do, if we're lucky. Gonna need a damn good result for that, though. So yeah, as I was saying, the 2003 display has taken a nice little step forward. So we have the Silverstone cap, we've got the Silverstone trophy. I've got a very nice 3D print of that for a tenner. A guy on eBay makes them and sells them. Very, very reasonable and very nice for a nice cheap price as well. We've got the Barrichello 2003 Ferrari, which you've already seen before, but now it's out of the pack. I've got my program from 2003, and we've got the custom poster that I had made for 2003 as well. So the Silverstone display is looking quite nice. Then down here we've got Eddie Irvine's 2001 Jaguar. We've got Häkkönen's 2000 McLaren. We've got the 2002 Alan McNish Toyota. Ralf Schumacher's first ever win at San Marino in 2001, the BMW Williams. Michael Schumacher, 2000 World Champion Special Edition. And then we also have Hill's 96 championship winning Williams as well. Above that, we've got Schumacher's first ever Jordan. And then we've got my baby. So pleased that we have this one. In fact, I'm actually going to bring that one down. Two models actually. This one arrived today. Some minor little damage to it, nothing too serious. But this is Schumacher's 1992 Benetton, complete with wet tyres as well. It has a removable front piece on the nose and a removable engine cover as well, so you get a nice little bit of extra detail in that car. One of my favourites, this car, had that iconic raised nose, which was very, very uncommon at the time, and then obviously later it sort of became much more commonplace on the grid. But this is one of the very first cars to do the raised nose like this, and I've always been a huge fan of this particular car and this particular livery as well. So very pleased to pick that one up. And then while I was pleased, my bank balance wasn't. I went ahead and I managed to get a Ferrari 641. A Nigel Mansell Ferrari 641, no less. And this one, as my camera just randomly zoomed out on me there. This one here, actually, for what I paid for it, very cheap. Wasn't cheap, but for what I paid for it, it was cheap. This cost me, combined with this case and the Schumacher Ferrari that you see behind me, that one, plus a couple of extra little bits like an A3 Nigel Mansell IndyCar poster, which is way over there somewhere, and a 1953 Auto Weekly magazine as well. There were a couple of extras thrown in, but mainly the two cars plus the case came to about £290, including delivery, which is not cheap. And I really didn't want to have to spend that kind of money. But having said that, finding one of these for anything less than £400 is almost impossible these days. Most of these go for about 500 plus. I've seen these going for 800. I've seen these going for 1,000. There's only one tiny little thing wrong with this car, and that is a damaged suspension arm on the front right corner, the one below my finger there. So if I were to turn the wheel that way, then the arm would pop out of the body because it's not actually connected to the body anymore. That's the only thing that's wrong with this. And as I say, this plus the other Ferrari and the case, £290, which is an absolute steal. I got very, very lucky. Very, very lucky. There's a whole story about trying to get hold of this car, which I'll save for another day. But there we go. So that's the changes, the update to the displays. There will be no more cars coming for quite some time now. I have burnt through all of my money. But I'm very pleased with the result. There are a couple more caps that are coming. I'm trying to remember which ones they are now. I got a Michelin podium cap coming, if ever we decide to go on for Michelin tyres, which would be quite nice, and a Renault Sport cap as well. Actually, with it zoomed out now, you can see some of those new caps up there as well. So underneath the Senna cap is the Ferrari cap I got, and then the Damon Hill cap underneath the Jordan Damon Hill cap. Evening Wayne, evening Peter. Yours was 578. Yeah, they are not cheap anymore. They're really, really hard to find. Especially that particular one. That is Mansell from I want to say Mexico in 1990. But it's the one where he's actually tearing off a tear-off strip from his visor. And like I said, I haven't seen one of those in good condition for less than £500 on eBay, and I've seen them from all over the place as well. You might find one that's slightly cheaper, maybe around the £400 price mark, but from say Japan, which you might maybe even get free shipping from Japan, but then you've got to pay all the import fees on top. So yeah, you're paying 500 quid for that straight away. So yeah, to find that one, really, really pleased. Really, really pleased. It's the car. It's my favourite F1 car. Very, very close second is Mansell's FW14B up there. But I need to actually get a proper display built for that one first before that one actually makes a full appearance. And I need to sort of sort out these shelves a bit more. Get some proper sort of display shelving to put in there for those cars. So yeah, car collection now settled. Might get bigger in the future, but for now it's going to stay as it is. There's a nice selection of cars there across different eras. Even got the official first ever F1 safety car as well, or the first full-time safety car, as I should say, that made its appearance in 1997 in Australia. But that is it for now. So let's turn off the full screen cam. There we go. Let's go back to our game and let's crack on with our second and final season on the 2013 mod. So let's have a look at where we are in the standings. We are fourth with only 48 points. We're a long way behind Mercedes. Even Red Bull are a bit of a way ahead of us. We still definitely have work to do with this car. But because this is going to be our final season, we're not going to do any research this year. So let's get that camera zoomed back in a bit. All right, so in terms of the championship, Hamilton is top with 87 points. He's been on a bit of a tear so far this year. Vettel second with 58 points. Alonso third, 54 points. Very, very close there. Di Resta is fourth with 39. Rosberg has 30 in fifth. Schumacher sixth, 29 points. So already we're 58 points away from the lead of the title, but we have plenty of races still to go. It's a 19-round season, so we have plenty of opportunities to try and catch up, and hopefully we will. Let's dive into the inbox. This is today's Grand Prix. Barcelona, we've got 18 degrees ambient air temperature, which is relatively cool. But it does say it's going to be warm, not expecting rain. If we get stuck in dirty air, tyre temps could start becoming very problematic. There's confirmation of our side pods, so we now have 2 spare side pods. Let's clear that email as well. There we go. And let's take a quick look at the car itself. So, speed-wise, very, very strong. Very, very strong in terms of DRS as well. We've got the best DRS so far. Best dirty air tolerance. Really good on tyre and engine cooling. Downforce is still a problem, but we have got some upgrades, as you can see, that have boosted our downforce up. Low speed in particular is now mid-pack, although we are still lagging behind in medium and high speed. We do have some active development going on. We've got a new underfloor, which will hopefully give us a bit more downforce performance. And we also have a new chassis as well. This will give us a nice bit of speed boost and hopefully make us the quickest car in a straight line, to help compensate for the fact that we're not very good through the corners at the moment. And that will certainly be a big boost to some of the faster tracks later in the year, like Monza, like Spa, Silverstone. Tracks where speed is very important. So the next main sort of area is just to pour everything we get straight into trying to improve our downforce. Get that as good as it can possibly get, because that is the weakness in this car this year. As far as our facilities, we do need to refurb our car park test centre and our factory as well. They're both a bit more expensive than we can afford yet. Race sim also needs some love, but while I can afford it, it's not really that high on the list of priorities now. And we are in the middle of refurbing boardroom. That's 20 days away. Everything else is okay, although the hospitality area is getting very close to needing a bit of spit and polish as well. So, with all that said, let's take a quick gander at where we are against our rivals. Let's take a look at the Mercedes. They are the top car at the moment. We're going to see if there's a difference between the two. I think they're the same. Yeah, they look to be the same. So comparing Schumacher to Hamilton, you can see we've got a nice little speed advantage here. Not massive, but every little helps. Slight acceleration advantage as well. About 3.5% in DRS effectiveness, and here's where we are slipping a bit. So down in the low and the medium. The medium we're down an awful lot, as you can see, over a full tenth of a G, which is a huge amount to be down. And we're down almost 0.2 of a G on high speed, which again, massive deficit. I don't think we'll be able to claw that back against Mercedes unless they actively reduce their high speed performance to push it somewhere else. We do have an improvement over them in dirty air, nearly 4% there. Tyre wear, about a 1% difference. It's very close. Engine temperatures were slightly down, but at that level, it's not going to make that much difference. And our car is a little bit lighter, which is probably why it's a little bit better in acceleration. Let's take a quick look at the Red Bull. We've got an even bigger speed advantage over the Red Bull, which is very, very nice. And a much bigger acceleration. Hang on, we're looking at Pasta's car. There is a subtle difference between the two. So let's take a look and see which one is better than the other. Pasta's got the better car. That is a surprise. So Vettel's car is slower, slightly worse acceleration, a little bit less downforce there, slightly better in the high speed, less dirty air, less tyre wear, although that's insane. Look, 93.5%, 82% on the engines. So we compare Michael to Pasta. You can see we've got that speed, acceleration, and DRS boost. Those are quite nice things to have. Not down too much in the low speed. Again, down a fair bit, over 1/10 of a G in the medium, and down almost again 2/10 of a G in the high speed. So it's going to be tough against those guys. And one last check, we'll check the Ferraris. And again, it looks like Nico Rosberg has got the better car. It's a little bit quicker than Alonso's. Still slower than us, worse acceleration than us. Look at their DRS. Their DRS is awful. 64.5% against our 80.5%. So nearly 81%. They do have a significant bit of low speed performance over us, though. Not quite so far ahead of us in the medium speed, and not quite so far ahead of us in the high speed, but still a big old margin anyway. Tyre wear is significantly worse than ours as well. And their engine cooling, again, it's kind of irrelevant at this point, but their dirty air is down 11%. So the Ferrari's struggling a little bit, it would seem. Maybe we could possibly start moving past them in the standings soon. Just checking that all of our car parts are on. There's these spare side pods, got rear wings and front wings, and there's chassis as well. Of course, we've got that new chassis and underfloor coming soon. So let's set some targets for tonight. Where do I realistically think we can get? I think Schumacher can get 8th. And I'm going to go 9th for Jensen. I mean, the car performance here makes no sense. It says we're 19th and that we're 12th overall. I'm going to trust to the fact that I usually go pretty well around Spain. I'm usually very good at looking after tyres around this circuit. And we'll trust in that, and maybe a retirement as well will get us the 8th and 9th that we need. So let's head to Spain.
Thank you for joining us for the Spanish Grand Prix here in Barcelona. The Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya is familiar to every driver, with F1 and Junior Series often racing and testing here. It's a proving ground for aerodynamics, so many new car parts are brought to Barcelona to see how they can handle the track. Times are tough for McLaren's team principal. The board doesn't seem impressed with the direction the team are taking. Stay right here, because we're just getting started.
No need to panic as far as the board goes. Crofty says that they're not happy. They're actually improving because our objectives aren't too bad. Our performances are okay. I mean, they could be better in the eyes of the board, but I mean, they're not horrible. We're not likely to be at risk of losing our job anytime soon. So, at least I hope not anyway. Plus, we have got that upgrade going through on the boardroom as well, which will hopefully make things a little safer for us as well in that respect. So, as we move towards practice, we need to set up on the car. I'm going to go quite high on the downforce. We're going to start with an 8.5 and let's go with a 14.5. Ooh, excuse me. Evening PR, good to see you. I don't know what to do with my roll bar. Not sure which way I need to go. I think I need to go this way. I'm going to go with a 6.4. I'm going to push this up, and I'm going to push that up a bit as well. And I'm just going to carbon copy that setup onto the other car as well, because I'm not really sure. It's been a while since I've raced around this circuit, so I'm not entirely sure where I need to be with the setup. That's good enough for a first run. We haven't got to worry about sprint weekends because they didn't exist back then, so no issues there. 18 laps will be enough. It's normally 20 laps around this circuit. 14 will be enough. So what did we do? We did 8.5, 14.5, 6.4, 3.25, and somewhere around there, wasn't it? Engines, let's take a look. Okay. ERS is fine. Gearbox is still fine as well. So let's hit the track. See what they think of that.
Okay, that's a green light. Radio check, please.
That is loud and clear.
Let's tell them to avoid the curbs. There we go. And we'll speed them up a bit. So, what did everyone think of this? I was going to say Australia for a second then. The Austrian Grand Prix this weekend. Qualifying was interesting. Can't believe he didn't throw a double wave yellow and Max went off. Just my first instinctive reaction was George has cheated his way onto a pole position there, because of the double wave yellows. Except it wasn't. It was only single wave yellows, and he lifted a little, not much, enough to show that he had lifted. But yeah. On pole. We saw the return of Smug George this weekend, and not just in pole position, but with the actual eventual win as well. I don't know if anyone else noticed, but at the end of both the pole position shootout interviews and the post-race interviews as well, second George started talking, everyone else was off. Didn't want to stick around. I think George is actually becoming quite unpopular in the paddock when he starts talking with the other drivers. I don't think they really want to listen to him. So apparently when Kimi passed it was double yellows, but then it was single yellow for Russell. I've not heard that conspiracy theory, and I'm going to call it that for now because that's the first I've ever heard of that one. But no, from what I understood, it was Kimi mistook it. He thought it was a double wave yellow, but it was only a single wave. So he backed out when he could have actually just essentially did what George did, do a little lift. And that probably would have put him on the front row. Or at least up there with the front row. And yeah, George was so far up by that point. The time he did that lift that he could afford to do that and still stay ahead. Kimi confirmed he misunderstood. Yeah. I say I'd not heard the conspiracy of it being a double for Kimi and then a single for George. You know, that sounds like a whole lot of copium from Kimi fans or George haters. But yeah, I remember seeing a little post-race interview or post-qualifying interview with Kimi saying that he thought it was a double wave while he backed out, and it turns out he was wrong. It wasn't. But we saw the real lack of pace for Ferrari in terms of straight line pace exposed quite badly this weekend, despite their engine upgrade. Which, I mean, they said before the Grand Prix that it wasn't going to be one of those upgrades that instantly transforms them into you know, a race-winning machine. Because everybody accepts that Ferrari have got the best chassis when it comes to Ferrari. But they are down in power. They had to run some bigger vents on the side pods, which also would have hurt their aero efficiency. Cost them some downforce this weekend because of the heat. So that will have hurt their tyre wear. They definitely pushed too hard at the start, burnt out their tyres. There were some strange moments as well where they kind of just refused to move Charles Leclerc over when he was clearly going slower than Hamilton, but ahead of Hamilton on a different strategy. And Hamilton had to fight his way through. He wouldn't have lost too much time, but he would have lost some time and put some extra wear and stress into the car that was unnecessary. A little surprised that Ferrari didn't tell him to move over. You can understand it if they're on the same strategy, but when they're on completely separate tyre strategies like that, it did seem a little odd that they didn't ask him to move over. Maybe they're just taking a more hands-off approach with them this year, because they were very much hands-on in telling Lewis to get out of the way last year. Understandable, considering his performances just weren't there last year, but now the roles reversed, and Leclerc is the one who's not as competitive, but he doesn't seem to be getting that same treatment that Hamilton got. We'll see if that changes as the season progresses. And I think if Hamilton can stay ahead of Leclerc in terms of performance level and gets a little bit closer to being in the title picture at the end of the season, I think Ferrari will very much start playing that team game. We shall see. That is still some time off as of yet. But nearly got a win for Red Bull as well. Goes to show maybe all those talks about their engine not being the most powerful kind of got blown out the water a little bit. They had some really good pace. And I think if Max hadn't stuffed it in qualifying, he could well have been on the front row as well. So he was certainly in contention. He would have been ahead of the Ferraris, I think. So yeah, maybe it wasn't so far off with the R05 stuff. Maybe they really do have that good an engine, and it's been the car that's been their big weakness so far this year. They did bring a substantial upgrade package to Austria. Completely redesigned the concept.
Any feedback?
Of the side pods again.
Yeah, copy that.
We shall see. We'll keep an eye on Red Bull's performance at Silverstone, because if they have got a really strong engine, as for the benchmarking tests would suggest, then they should be strong. They should be very strong at Silverstone.
Pit limiter.
Time will
Stop
tell.
in front of the garage.
Only a week to go. Back-to-back Grand Prix. Way off here, so we're going to need at least 2 bits of movement there, possibly more. Front wing is probably okay because the rear wing's spot on, so we need to bring it back, but using this like that, and then let's try that. See how that goes, and we'll take a look at what we need to do for Schumacher as well. Let's have a look. Again, we're way off here. I'm going to go all the way out to a 9.1 on this one, I think. Let's bring this back like so. Just going to take that down a touch. Go with that. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, we got some rookies running. Let's have a look. See who we got. See if I can recognise him. Pascal Wehrlein is getting a run out for Lotus. Who else do we have? Not sure who Tin is. Or Kin. Tin's Tun. Let's take a quick look at those two. Oscar Tunjo. I don't know that name. And Jordan King. Should have remembered that one. Everyone else is a regular driver by the look of it. Evening, Adrian. So glad the heat wave is done. For now, anyway. We may well get another one. Evening, Tiny. I've been all right. I've been struggling with the heat, but now that it's cooled off again, I'm feeling a lot happier and healthier and better. How about yourself? Double DNF for Caddy. Yeah, they cooked their brakes. Yeah, it's not going well for Cadillac at the moment. But, I mean, it could be worse. They could be Aston Martin. Ah, man, they are still looking really bad, aren't they? I was hopeful we would have seen some meaningful improvement out of them by now, and yet we still haven't really seen anything.
Understood.
Pit lane speed limit.
Fernando's been getting asked the question about whether he's going to to Renault again. At the end of the season, he's still officially, is still saying that he believes in the project at Aston. One look, there we go. That's going to need to come down. That is way too high. Get back to an 8.5. Let's try that in the next session. We're done for this session here. Yeah, I mean, officially he says he still believes in the project. He still thinks that they'll be able to turn it around by the end of the season. I'm not so sure. And I don't think he will rejoin Aston Martin. Not Aston. I don't think he will rejoin Alpine, but I think we are getting close to just a straight up retirement now for Fernando. I don't think he's going to keep going that much longer, and I can't see him moving to Alpine just to keep the career going that little bit longer. I know he's got history with Briatore, but I think he's been bitten too badly by that team now. Is Aston's power in the unit still their biggest issue? It looks like Nui hasn't figured out the 26 regs. It's hard to say. From an outside perspective, it's hard to say because we don't have access to all the information that an F1 team does. So, I mean, trying to extract... Because Honda are the only team or Aston are the only team running Honda engines as well, it makes it even harder to try and figure out exactly where the biggest issues are, because there's no obvious comparison point. It's not like when Honda ran powertrains for Red Bull, because there were two teams, two Red Bull teams. It's not like Mercedes, who run themselves, and Williams and McLaren and who am I missing? Oh, and Alpine. There's 4 teams running those engines. Ferrari have got themselves, and they've got Haas and Cadillac. So they've got 3 teams. I don't think it's all Honda. Apparently neither does Dino. Yeah, I don't think it's all Honda's fault. I think there's a very good chance that Honda have found themselves in a very similar situation to when they were with McLaren when they first rejoined. Because they had their ideas of what they wanted to do with the engine, and McLaren said, nope, you've got to do it to fit this. It has to be done to fit this chassis. And I think that they were probably put under similar restrictions with this first engine. At least, maybe not initially, but certainly once Newey came in and decided on shaking up the whole design and going with what he wanted to do. I think that will have caused Honda into a forced redesign of the engine layout. And I think it's potentially put them back in a situation like they were in the first couple of seasons with McLaren. When in their third season with McLaren, it was a disaster, an absolute disaster performance-wise. But going into that season, they had made major changes to the architecture and the design of the engine, back to what they kind of wanted to do. And McLaren basically had to concede authority on that one to Honda, and then redesign their chassis around the new style engine. And while performance was awful at first, it was ridiculously unreliable. They very quickly were able to start ironing out that unreliability, and in finding bits of extra performance. But more importantly, they'd laid down the foundational architecture they needed to develop the engine properly going forward. And of course, McLaren terminated the partnership. Honda ended up going to Toro Rosso for a year, and that continued with that architecture. Toro Rosso were a lot more compliant in working together with Honda rather than dictating design terms, etc. to Honda, and it allowed Honda to build on that reset that they'd had to do at the start of year 3 with McLaren. And then when Red Bull came in, and they've got extra data, and they've got a car that works much better, or an engine that works much better with the car now. I kind of feel that they've been sent back to like year 1 or year 2 with McLaren in that respect. That they've had a preset design idea, and they've been kind of forced into changing it to fit Newey's design, rather than having equal input or Newey working the body around the engine. They've had to work the engine inside the body, I think. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I don't know if that's genuinely the case, but to me, that's what makes a lot of sense. I also have very distinct memories of Newey not always getting it out the park at the start of a new regulation change, or with the first car at a new team. His McLarens, when he first went to McLaren, weren't amazing. The 97 McLaren was not a great car. Obviously 98 and 99, much better. But that 97 car, not so great. We also saw it with Red Bull. His first couple of Red Bulls weren't that great. But the start of the Vettel era, as I like to call it, was when we started to see, real design genius from Newey. And then again, when we moved to the start of the turbo hybrid era. Newey packed the car so tight that it made it very difficult on an already bad engine for Renault. And while Renault were definitely more at fault than Red Bull in those years, Newey's cars were not kind to Renault in the way that they were designed either. I mean, they were great in terms of potential aero performance, but it made squeezing everything in and getting adequate cooling, etc., very difficult. And then, of course, again, we saw it with the start of the ground effect era. Remember those first couple of races where Max retired in both the opening 2 races? Perez and Max both retired in Bahrain. I think Max's car caught fire, if memory serves. Again, just packing everything way too tight, not getting enough airflow in. The cooling was kind of almost a side thought. It was trying to squeeze everything into the smallest possible form factor to improve aerodynamic efficiency. And it just didn't work. It took them a little while to iron that out. But I do think that, they will come good. It's just a question of when. It's whether or not Honda are given enough creative input themselves, or if they're being just dictated to, like they were with McLaren. As to whether or not that is going to be a salvageable, partnership, because it is potentially, it's on a knife edge at the moment. It could go either way, I think. Things could go Toro Rosso to Red Bull way, or they could go to season 2 McLaren way. We'll just have to wait and see. They say they're kind of balanced on that knife edge at the moment. Track temperature a bit higher, 48.6 degrees for this run here. Let's pop a quick ad break in. I change the pace settings.
Warm the tyres where you can.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
Pack is high.
The underperformance by Aston this year is crazy considering the facilities, staff and budget. Yes, very disappointing, all things considered, but perhaps not that surprising. I mean, Aston become almost as bad a managerial joke as Alpine. In fact, I would say Alpine are probably slightly ahead of them now, slightly better off. At least they have a steady, confirmed, controlling influence in Briatore that's been there consistently now for a while. Yeah, the puppet master himself has been installing new puppets below him as a stand-in team principal on a regular basis, but it's been him that's been driving the decisions, him that's been driving the team forward, practically and financially with commercial deals, hence this new Gucci deal. Whereas at Aston, it does feel like there's a lack of clear direction as to who. They've got a lot of people who are all capable of doing a very good job of running the team, and I don't think there's enough distinction between who's actually doing that and who isn't going to do that. I mean, you go through some of the names that have been there in that top position, know, I'm trying to. Who is it? Who's actually there now at the moment? Is it still just Nui as the figurehead team principal at the moment? A job that was supposed to be permanent, and yet, they very quickly turned around and said, "Oh no, it's only ever meant to be temporary." Has what's his name? Jonathan Wheatley gone there yet? I don't think he has. I think he's in the Guardian League still with Audi. So let's say Wheatley, because we know that's where he's going to go. Then we've got Nui, and then we have Mike Crack, who has been team principal but is now, I think, chief trackside operations manager or something like that. Andy Cowell, who came in to do engine work, became the team principal for a season. He's now back doing engine work again. Who else have they had? Did they have Otmar? Did Otmar go there after he left Renault? Alpine, I think he did. Martin Whitmarsh. I'm sure I'm missing someone else off the top of my head as well. They've gone through a lot of people. And some of them are still there, but they just keep getting moved around from department to department. And it seems very chaotic. I mean, they have all this talent, but they're all trying to do the same job. And I think they've tried to get in too many people that can do a lot of jobs well, rather than a specific job brilliantly. I don't know. There's something just doesn't seem right in the way that they're hiring people to do their jobs. Maybe things have settled down, but you got to say it's McLaren who are leading the way, showing the way as to how to get their staffing sorted out properly. When they got rid of Seidel and replaced him with Stella, a lot of people raised an eyebrow at that, thinking, have they made a mistake here? Was that the right decision? And it turned out absolutely yes it was. And now they've got GP coming in to work alongside Stella and train him up, I think, to eventually be Stella's replacement, because I think at some point Stella is probably going to head towards Ferrari, or go back to Ferrari. Don't think that's going to happen in the immediate future. I think Fred has salvaged his season enough to still be in the job at the end of the year. I think if they'd had another year like they did last year, I think Fred would be out of the job at the end of the season, if not even before. They would have tried to do everything they could to get Stella in as quickly as possible, but I think they're prepared to wait a little bit now. Just off. Just off here as well. Didn't quite run long enough to get the full feedback there, so I have to make sure I catch them before they come in at the end of the next stint. Keep them out for an extra couple of laps. Alternatively, let's just stick an extra couple of laps of fuel in. We don't need all of that fuel, but we'll just overfuel just to make sure we definitely got enough. Aston has to hope the B-Spec car works, otherwise it's utterly toast. I think they're already on a B-Spec. We're going back to the original question and the original point. How, where is it hard? where is the biggest issue? I think because we don't have anyone else running Honda engines, we don't have a comparative point for that information. And Nui has
want to
a
generate some
history
temperature on this
of,
outlet.
you know, being very good with the regulation set once it's been set for a little while. Not necessarily immediately hitting it out of the park. We'll see. But I think it's probably about a 50-50 split at the moment. I think the car is nowhere near as good as you know they were hoping it was going to be. The engine is clearly the worst on the grid, but I don't know how much they're going to be able to find performance in the car itself until the engine issues are sorted. I don't know if they have to. I don't know if they can find a lot of performance just on the car side until the engine itself is also finding a lot of performance. I think they can make changes, but without a consistent and reliable engine that works well and has decent output, I don't think they're going to get accurate information about their upgrades. So there's every chance that they might have an upgrade that works really well, but doesn't give them real-world feedback because of the engine issues, and it gets maybe discarded or revised and ends up being slightly worse than it could have been. I'm not an engineer, so clearly. So I really couldn't say whether that is something that is going to happen or not. But it's got to be in the back of their mind that the performance that they're seeing with upgrades isn't a true reflection of what the actual difference those upgrades could make, because the car itself is so bad and because the engine is so bad as well. It's almost like where do you start first? Is the whole concept of this season's car too much of a knot to untangle that they just scrap it and just go straight to working on next year's car? But then, without having had a season's worth of running and development on a solid platform, are they just opening themselves up to making exactly the same mistakes or all new mistakes next year if they do that? If they just abandon this year and go straight on to next? I wouldn't want to be at Aston Martin right now. I really wouldn't. And yet that's where we are 3 times a week with our 2026 update series. Right, we have feedback in from Schumacher, and he loves it. Look at that, 100%. Glorious. Just waiting on Jensen. Come on, Jensen, give me some good news. He's giving me an optimal as well. So again, that 97 to 100.
Understood.
It's 97. It's not quite there. I think that's the front wing that needs to change. In which case, that'll be a pretty straightforward fix. Because I was already not sure if the front wing was going to be good enough. Looking at that partial data we got last time round. So we'll keep them out a little bit longer. And then we don't have to run in the next session. happening. And corner on that as well. Disaster at Aston's taking a lot of heat off Williams. Yeah, it's not been a good year for Williams, has it? I mean, both of their cars eliminated because it's not the wing. I'm not sure. We'll try it. Not convinced, but I will give that a run. Yeah, I mean, both of their cars out with both the Cadillacs and both the Astons in Q1 this weekend. That car still overweight, still struggling badly. I can't understand how they've got it so wrong. You know, but then having said that, look at Aston as well. Aston got it massively wrong. There's always going to be a team that gets it wrong in a bad way. There's always going to be one team that kind of really gets it, even if it's not necessarily immediately apparent. This year, it looks like that is very much Mercedes. They've got a very solid package underneath them, not just in terms of the engine, but the car itself as well. I'm not quite sure what's going on with Williams. I hope they turn things around quickly, because it was nice to see Williams starting to become a competitive team again. I mean, I have been watching Formula One since Williams were one of the best teams in Formula One. You know, it was Williams and McLaren duking it out with Ferrari every year for the title. And then that all kind of started to slip in 98. They went backwards in a big way. 98 and 99, terrible cars. 2000, they started to get a little bit better. 2001, they really started to hit the big time again. And they had a few years where they were showing really good competitiveness again. And then they started struggling again. And then come 2014, they had a really strong car for a season or two, and then it just fell away every season after that, until they were very much the worst team on the grid. And you know that hurts as someone who's grown up watching Williams from the early days, you know, from the 80s. It hurts to see them struggling so badly. But it is what it is, unfortunately. Yeah, like I said, I hope they turn it around. Not because I'm a massive Williams fan, but because I did enjoy watching those early, those late 80s, early 90s Williams cars. Even the mid 90s Williams cars as well. They were great cars, and they had some really, really great seasons. And then in the early 2000s with Schumacher and Montoya, they had a pretty good driver lineup. Montoya in particular was fantastic when he first came in, but it's been a slow decline, and it's as a British Formula One fan, and watching a British team struggle down to the brink of existential annihilation, claw their way back from that, and then suddenly slip right back down there again. It's not nice to see that. Alright, I am going to take the gamble and not send out Jensen in this session. I think
Okay, that's a
the
green
second
light.
change I've made is the right one for him. So we're going to just stay in the garage. Save those tyres. And trust the process. Got to check out Sauber. They have been very impressive this season so far. Way more impressive than they have been in reality. Although having said that, they did have a pretty decent spell. Let's see if I can find that spell that they had. Yeah, I mean, we're going back to a decade or so before this, or almost a decade before this. But when they partnered up with BMW, and they had BMW engines, they went from bad. I mean, they finished 4th in the championship in 2001, then 5th the following year, 6th the year after that, and the year after that, down to 8th in 2005. Then they partnered up with BMW and were back up to 5th again in 2006. In 2007, they finished 2nd in the constructor standings behind Ferrari. I mean, that was the year that McLaren got ejected because of Spike. But if you take that out of the equation and say that McLaren would have been top or 2nd, then that still would have been 3rd for BMW Sauber. The following season they were 3rd with Ferrari and McLaren above them. Then it slipped 6th in 2009, 8th in 2010, and that was the end of the BMW partnership. And then from there on they weren't too bad, 7th, 6th and 7th the next 3 years.
Now the Ferrari's involved in this one.
2014. In 2014, they didn't do well in 2014 at all. They finished 10th in 2014. Marussia beat them. But Sauber kind of fell apart from that point onwards. Once they ended their partnership with Sauber, from 2014 onwards, they were 10th, then 8th, then 10th, 10th, 8th. Switched to Alfa Romeo, 8th, and 9th. That's all the way through the turbo hybrid era. They did not have a particularly strong run after that, and they never really have ever got close to that that level of performance since. Oh wow, I missed it. I was too busy looking at my spreadsheet. Hamilton and Rosberg are both out. I wish I'd seen that now. Damn it. I saw a VSC pop up and I thought, yeah, it won't be anything dramatic. You know, it's a double retirement. Two of the best. Oh my God, I just realised it's Hamilton and Rosberg. I mean, they're in separate teams. It's not the right year, but they've taken each other out here at Barcelona, of all places. Of all places. I would absolutely piss myself laughing if it happened in the run up to turn 4 as well. That would have been hilarious. Can I see from the data view, look at the lap history, Hamilton. Completed the first lap. Yeah, completed a full lap there. Looks like he was on an in lap. What about Rosberg? So it happens somewhere in the first sector. Somewhere in the first sector. The first sector ends right there, right on the run up to turn 4. So my guess is they probably collided here through turn 1. Someone locking up into the other one. That'd be my guess. Right, practice is done. Up next is qualifying. And hello, Clark. Good to see you.
Welcome everyone to qualifying. This should be a good one.
Teams often bring upgrades to Barcelona, so the qualifying order could be a little shaken up. Cars need to be well balanced in both high and low speed corners to set a good lap here.
We can see the Ferrari driver there, Karun. How do you think they're going to be feeling heading into qualifying?
You can tell that we've been watching a driver with real confidence here.
Schumacher.
And it makes a difference, I can tell you from my own experience.
Stay with us as we see who can deliver on motorsport's biggest stage.
Okie, let's get the better bits back on the car, engine-wise, for Schumacher. And I'll take a risk on the gearbox. And I don't think I need to change, Jensen. Actually, that engine's looking a little bit run down. Let's give him we'll stick with that engine. ERS and gearbox are fine. We are ready to hit the track. Let's see what the temperatures are like.
Sessions should be starting now.
It's going to stay pretty stable throughout. Maybe get a touch cooler right at the very end when all the traffic's going to be on the track. And getting a clean lap's going to be very, very difficult. I think we'll go early. The rest is going to set the initial benchmark time. I don't think we're going to beat it.
warm the tyres where you can.
We've got Valtteri coming out behind Schumacher. So, given high temperatures and high tyre deg in general around this circuit, we want to try and get through qualifying with as few laps as possible. So hopefully we can be just one and done here. As long as we don't hit traffic, the times should be good enough to get us through. If we hit traffic, we may well have to run again, and then we start getting into a dangerous snowball situation where we may end up having to use the second set of tyres if we hit traffic again, and that's not good at all. That'll be a disaster.
Good gap in front.
Let's go.
So we're going to have a Ferrari popping out in front of us. Should be clear on this. There it is. And we are clear. Perez, though, is not clear. Now he gets through. So Perez has lost some time. We're down half a second to the rest in the opening sector. Perez's time is going to be awful. 24.2. Oof. Yeah, saw that coming a mile off. That's the real big risk around this circuit. Is someone popping out the pits, you know, right as you're approaching turn one. That's where you lose the most time on this circuit in qualifying. Schumacher a 10th up. We should hopefully get through cleanly here on Rosberg on the run to turn 10. There we go. Di Resta has set the opening time of a 1:11.2. Let's see how far away we are as we come up to the back of one of the
Delta negative at the end of the lap.
Salvers, I think.
Look after the fuel on the in-lap.
Button is 1.1 seconds off Schumacher, just about a tenth, just about a second off the pace. And let's see, Sauber is that. Jensen. There we go. There's the Sauber. It's Romain Grosjean. He's to the 21.7. Gone purple in the opening sector. Yeah, Sauber are going to be quick. As they always are at the moment. Robert Wickens has popped up into 5th place in the Marussia. 2.2 seconds away, quicker than Perez. Gutierrez goes quicker than us. That is a bit of a concern if we're slower than a Toro Rosso.
Remember the pit lane speed limiter.
Stop in front of our garage.
All right, let's take a look at Bruno Senna in the Lotus and Marcus Ericsson in the Williams. Ericsson goes 4th. We're half a second slower than the Williams drivers at the moment. Did we just not get the heat in the tyres properly? I think we're going to have to run again. We desperately need that new underfloor for the improved downforce, and we need that new chassis to improve our straight line speed, because that's the only strength we have at the moment. We're so bad in corners. We need to make the car as fast as we possibly can in a straight line while we try and bring the downforce levels up. Let's ride on board with Jean-Eric Vergne. Over the weekend on pinks and my tobacco. So I placed an order at the supermarket for delivery on Saturday and they cancelled it. And then I placed an order on Saturday for the Sunday and they cancelled that one too. So I placed an order, tried to place it for Monday for today, and there were no slots available, so it's coming tomorrow. But yeah, I think the heat wave basically killed the refrigeration units in the supermarket. This is why they had to cancel the order twice. They haven't cancelled tomorrow's order yet. Look at that. Jean-Eric Vergne is slow at the Jensen. Something is very wrong, and I think it might well be tyres. That's going to be in Dubai and Kenya next month. What are you doing over there? Holiday or work or combination of both? Evening, Eric.
And we want to generate some temperature for this outlap.
Look at Peugeot Bianchi. Tyres are increasing in temperature, but they're not there yet. It's like we've got 90 degrees switch on point for these ones. We should just about be there on this one here. Oh God, it's a 95 degree switch on.
And drive straight out, drive straight out.
Oh, we've got traffic into the turn as well.
You're good to open the lap.
Ah, damn it. We would have lost some time there. Now the tyres switch on. So this is something we are definitely going to have to be wary of. His tyres not being in the window. You can see Jensen's tyres still haven't switched on yet. Now they start to switch on through turn 3. Stay inside the garage in FP3 if I have 100% setups. Not always. It depends on how much work I need to do in terms of learning car parts. And whether or not the driver is at 100% confidence level. Getting the setup level to 100% is important, but you also need to combine that with 100% driver prep. Which is easier to achieve because that just means, more than anything, just spending a little bit longer on the track and getting there quickly enough. But yeah, getting that setup is important. Schumacher does not improve, having lost a second in the opening sector. Jensen will improve and shoots up to 5th. Tyres are definitely the problem. We got the heat in the tyres this time.
You are P5.
But Schumacher lost a second in the opening sector and is now dangerously close to being eliminated. We're going to have to send him again, which means we might have to break out the tyres. I'm going to send him out on these tyres again and just hope that that'll be enough. But yeah, as a general rule now, if I've got the setup at 100% early and the drivers are at 100% confidence, that's it. I won't send them out again. Because there's no need. You're just putting more laps on your car, which means you're burning out your engines that little bit quicker, you're risking a crash or a collision with another driver. Which means damaged engine parts or aero parts or both, and big repair bills in terms of replacement parts. It minimises the wear that you put on the car. It minimises the opportunity for an incident to do some significant damage to the car. It just doesn't make sense to go out if you don't need to.
Pit lane speed limiter.
Stop in front of our garage.
Jensen is safe now. Jensen's going to stay in the garage. There's no need to send him out. But I do worry about Schumacher. We are definitely going to need a clean run. If we get any traffic, we're screwed. We are barely ahead of Jules Bianchi. And he's got damaged underfloor. So that might be the only reason we're ahead of him right now. He'll be through turn 1 before we get there. There it is. We are going to have a fair few cars to try and punch our way through. Tyres are up to temperature before we hit turn 1 this time. Just hope the traffic is kind to us. 21.9 is not bad. That Sauber quickly and efficiently. Trying to see which one it is. It's Nico Hülkenberg. Up next is one of the Force Indias. I think it's Raikkonen. Yeah, it's Raikkonen. He's on a flying lap as well. Actually, no, that isn't Raikkonen. It's Al-Bashwari. Oh, yellow flag. Doesn't affect us, that's good. Ericsson. No improvement in the middle sector. That will improve here either, but it's all about the first sector. We've got enough of an improvement, hopefully, hopefully make it through. Because that's it now. No time for another run. So let's see who is out there, who is currently at risk. Al Jashwari in the Force India. Robert Wickens is in front of him on an in-lap. Should pull over and let him through. There he goes. Alonso had a horrible first sector. He went purple in the second and third sectors, but I don't think he actually improved. So Alonso could actually potentially be at risk of an elimination here. He lost so much time in the opening sector. He lost about 2 seconds in that opening sector. Al Jashwari improves his time slightly. He stays P15. Who is next? It's going to be Daniel Ricciardo. Bianchi, Sutil, Verne. Kind of has to thread the needle there. Yeah, Bianchi, Sutil, Verne, Maldonado all on outlaps. Perez just starting his flying lap now into turn 1 with Sauber in front of him. And that was Nico Hulkenberg, who's gone top. Ricciardo improves to P6. Al Jashwari now in danger. Here's Perez. I can see Alonso getting knocked out here. An utter disaster for Ferrari if he gets knocked out. Not the best middle sector, but not horrible for Perez. Where's his teammate? Bianchi is 17th. He's on a flying lap as well now. Hasn't improved in the opening sector. Perez crosses the line. He gets up to 15th. Alonso is in real danger now. He is P16. He is just over the line. But Sutil and Maldonado are both looking quick. I don't think Verne will be able to do it. Bianchi might, if he's lucky, be able to do it. But I don't think he will. But Maldonado and Adrian Sutil both have a very, very good chance of getting through here. We might see Perez get knocked out as well. He's to a nip and tuck, actually. Down 2 tenths in the first sector, up 2 tenths in the middle. Maldonado will cross that line first. Will he make it through? Comfortably goes to P5. What about Sutil? Goes to P6. Perez is eliminated, and so is Fernando Alonso in the Ferrari, out in P18 at his home Grand Prix. What a disaster for him and for Ferrari. See, just got it wrong. By one click of toe, it could be either way, plus, trying to correct it. It's a 50-50 chance I'll get it wrong, and it would start me from the pit lane regardless. So, not touching that, but 99 is strong. It's not quite perfect, but it's close enough. We're going to start on scrubs. Try and get just some kind of banker lap in at the beginning of the session here. We'll send Schumacher out first because his tyres are in the worst shape. Can I squeeze out in front of Hamilton? Instead. track temperature's picked up a little bit, 45.5 degrees. It's going to cool off for a little window here, and then back to slightly warmer again. There's no chance of us getting through on these tyres, I don't think. We're going to have to break out the second set of softs for this session. Let me take a look at tyre temps. So, will they hit 100 before we hit turn 1?
Let's go.
Not 100, sorry, 95. The answer is no. So, maybe by the end of turn 4, we'll be fully fired up. So we get into turn 4, and there we go. Halfway through the turn, the tyres finally switch on. Jensen's tyres are fired up. Oh, I'm looking at... Yeah, his tyres are definitely hotter. He will be getting some of that dirty air off the back of Hamilton's car, which will heat his tyres up a bit faster. That's why they're a couple of degrees higher, despite him being further back on the track. Only 3/10 slower than Hamilton in the opening sector, though, with Schumacher. That's not too bad, especially considering that these tyres have now, you know, on their 4th flying run. And across the line, a 111.9. A second off the pace of Hamilton. And Button is a second slower than Schumacher.
Remember, the delta needs to be negative at the end of the lap.
It's down in the middle sector. I think maybe the dirty air was just too much of an issue there.
Fuel on the way in.
Yeah, we have great dirty air performance, but we also have terrible downforce, and I don't think the strength of our dirty air performance is able to mitigate the just terrible performance through the corners anywhere near enough to not really have much of an impact on us. A shame, but there we go. Time on the board. Clean lap. Not a bad lap for Schumacher, just not a particularly quick lap for Jensen. De Rest is out there as well now. 21.8. 10th slower than Hamilton in that first sector. We are quicker than Marcus Ericsson, though. I get to see this car very often, so we'll just focus in on that Martini Williams. This weekend, F1 on Channel 4 is live. Yes, this is the one Grand Prix that we get to watch live every year.
Stop on the marks and engine on.
On free TV here in the UK is the British Grand Prix. That's always been a thing since Sky took the rights. They've always had to allow for free coverage of the British Grand Prix. I might do a watch along. Is that something you guys would be interested in? A live watch along? I don't think I'll be able to actually broadcast the stream itself, you know, or at least the race itself. But yeah, I could certainly just have it on and watch it, and we could all kind of log in and watch it together. I don't know. Let me know what you think. Is that something anyone would be interested in? Never done anything like that before, so I don't know how well it's going to go, but could be interesting. Cars on outlaps at the moment. Hulkenberg, Grosjean both leaving the pit lane. Senna leaving the pit lane. Gutierrez on a lap. An outlap, sorry. Raikkonen there. Bottas there. Let's go now. One of the Red Bulls coming out as well. Which one is that? Is that Vettel? Yes, Vettel. Approaching turn 10, gets past one of the Toro Rossos, that's Gutierrez, I think. Nope, it's Ricciardo. Gutierrez is into turn 1 now. And across the line, P6 for Adrian Sutil. There is Gutierrez. He's not going to catch the back button. I hope. Otherwise, this could go very badly. Check my tyre temps. Not too bad. They're at 90 degrees now. Might just get up temperature by turn 1.
Let's go.
Maybe not for Jensen. Moving over to Schumacher. Tyres are just at temperature. Jensen should be there by the end of turn 3. .21.8. It's not a bad opening sector, but it's not amazing. It's slower than Hulkenberg, but then we usually are at the moment. Let's see what the middle sector's like. That's going to be the important one. 28.1. That's not bad. We're kind of on par with Nico Hulkenberg here. 28.5 for Jensen. Not a good middle sector for him at all. He's down 7 tenths on Schumacher so far. No, 6 tenths. Schumacher improves to P4, 4 tenths away. Hopefully that's good enough to get him through. Let's see what Jensen does. He's not through at all yet. So we're going to have to send Jensen again.
You are currently P12.
That is not ideal at all.
28.1.
So remember pit lane speed limiter.
And stop in front of our garage.
It's going to be a little bit tight on time and traffic potentially, but we should be fine. Question now is, will the performance be there? Same tyres. And I'm going to take manual control, so like the tyres will definitely be up to temperature. Which means I have to be very careful when I send them out. Oh, some very severe ghosting. Literally ghosting as that car came out of the garage there. I don't think I've ever seen it that bad. Oh, big lockup for Nico Rosberg.
So here we go, heading into turn 1.
That's an in-lap, I think.
And the
It's going
car
very
fails to
slowly, and he's
respond.
not come out the pit lane,
Just
so it's got to be an
unable to
in-lap.
control the car by that point.
Yeah. That's him done in 7th. He's not going to be improving. Some more severe ghosting. Yeah, ghosting's become a real issue again, and I don't know why.
Warm the tyres where you can.
They should be on high. Ah, that's why. DLSS is turned on. It shouldn't be. It should be off. Massive improvement straight away. Frame rate does suffer just a little bit as a result, but I'm okay with that. So De Resta is up to P3 ahead of Schumacher with a purple final sector. But the rest of his lap wasn't too clever, so that didn't actually improve his time there.
Use
And I was
overtake.
so busy trying to sort out my graphic settings, I forgot to get button pushing. So the tyres are actually going to be colder than they should be. It's not very clever. Temperature's tipped a bit as well, that's why. 22.0. Go past all the Resta. Chasing down on Toro Rosso, that's Esteban Gutierrez. A little bit of time in the middle sector. Is this going to be enough? Should have plenty of tyre for the final part of the lap here. It's not enough. Button is out in P14, no less. Disaster. What about Ricardo? Ricardo is out as well. So Satil is safe. It's Ricciardo, Senna, Bottas, Button, Gutierrez, and Ericsson that are eliminated here at the end of Q2. So a P14 start is going to make a target P9 Jensen very tricky. Hopefully we'll be able to do something. We're going to start the scrubs, so we're going to finish on these tyres here. Let's send him out, see what the track temps are like. 45.3, that's pretty good. Let's get out first so that we go purple and get the confidence way up. Just going to be a banker time here. It's not going to be particularly competitive. And it's just all about getting that time on the board. Getting that confidence up. Ready for the second run. That's going to be the important one. There's two of the cars on the track so far. Sebastian Vettel and Nico Hülkenberg. So it's an all-German contingent on the track right now. Go across the line. We'll beat all these cars coming out the pits into turn one. And we should have a clean run as well with no traffic. I don't think Hülkenberg's going to be slow enough for us to catch him. Tyres up to temperature as we hit sector 2. 22.0 in the opening sector. Considering the tyres, that's not a bad time. Mid-sectors like 28.4. Again, pretty bad tyres at this stage, and a car that doesn't like corners. Vettel is got traffic here, I think. No, not Vettel. I'm looking at Maldonado on an outlap behind behind Paul di Resta. Vettel is not going to catch those two, so he'll get a clean run. Hülkenberg with a 21.7 opening sector, that's pretty convincing. And 12.0 is our time. It's not particularly good, but it's not horrible. Vettel isn't that much quicker than us. He's only a 10th up at the moment. Final sector to go. Crosses the line, and he's about 3.5 tenths up in the end. Much better in the final sector than us. Here comes Hülkenberg, though, who is definitely going to put it on top by the look of it, by quite some margin. 3.5 tenths ahead of Seb, 3.7 tenths almost, and 7 tenths clear of us. Di Resta also looking pretty strong in the opening sector. There's Pastor Maldonado behind. He's down 4/10 the rest of it. Rosberg's a couple of tenths up on Schumacher at the moment. And he goes 3 tenths faster. And here comes De Resta. He goes second. Maldonado pops up into P5. Just 7 thousandths behind Rosberg. Grosjean and Raikkonen are the next two. Here they are, nose to tail. Hamilton now blasting his way through turn 3 at the start of his lap. Still on an out lap. Raikkonen's gone P5, Grosjean's gone P3. Sauber looking very strong here at the start of qualifying. Currently first and third. See if Hamilton can actually displace Hulkenberg from the top of the grid here. Goes purple in the middle sector. That's a good start. Rosberg should peel off into the pits. There he goes. And the purple final sector for Hamilton. He goes top, but by less than a tenth of a second. Sauber looking very strong right now. Second and fourth. The rest are sandwiched in between them in the second Mercedes in P3. And Sutil is out there. Let's see what he can do in the Sol Lotus to make it through the top 10 shootout. Going to be quicker than Schumacher. He's about 3 tenths up at the moment. Last corner and to the line. And still goes up to P4. So there's very much a gap at the top here. 3 cars separated by less than 1/10 of a second. And then it's very tight. 1/10 of a second separating 4th to 9th. And then Schumacher on those old tyres, about 3 tenths away. Track temperature 45.8 degrees. That'll help them get into the window a little bit quicker. We need to be late across the line, I think, if we want to have any chance here of getting in the mix. It's quite a big gap to overcome. Vettel going out for another run early. To go. Out of the pits comes Pastor Maldonado, and he might inadvertently get in the way of his teammate here. I think he'll make it into turn 1 safely ahead. Yeah, he will. There's even Mercedes leaving the pit lane in the background. That is Lewis Hamilton. And we have a yellow flag, and that's Maldonado off. It's been a quiet weekend so far for Pastor Maldonado, but he's doing what Maldonado does best, and that's making a pig's ear of things. There he goes.
So let's take a look at the replay.
Getting out the way of his teammate
Now
at
we're
least.
just proceeding through turn 4.
This is his warm-up lap, so he's not even
Whoa,
pushing
and
here, and he's
around they
still
spin. And
completely
there's not much they can do about that now.
pivots the car 180 degrees into turn 4. This guy here on the chair, he's seen it all before. He's got that expression, that 1,000-yard stare of again. There goes Nico Rosberg. We're not going to be in his way, but somebody is. It's going to be Adrian Sutil. Oh, don't tell me Maldonado's gone off again at 10. Ah.
It's the Red Bull driver. And they just can't keep on the track. Fighting
my
with the
word.
car, just a little perhaps.
He hasn't put a foot wrong all weekend, and then he gets to Q3 and he goes up twice on his warm-up. Unbelievable. And yet he's still got purple in the first sector. How? I don't know. I think Beckham got clear. Once again, the tyres just not warming up, look. Not even close to warming up. That's going to hurt. It's going to hurt through all of sector 1. I mean, it's an improvement, but it's not much of one. Rosberg stays out of the way. Now our tyres finally switch on. We hit to the turn 7-8 chicane. Through turn 9, this blind uphill right-hander. Before blasting down into turn 10. 28.3, found a couple of tenths in the middle sector as well. He might be able to challenge Rosberg here. Probably the tyres have been actually switched on in the opening sector. Who knows? We might even have got past Grosjean. Right then, across the line. Still a tenth away. P10. Paul di Resta absolutely flying right now as he comes up round the last corner. And he puts it on pole. Paul di Resta has taken pole position. Hamilton's already done his lap. Hamilton's done in second. Vettel's done in P3. Hülkenberg's done in P4. Sutil P5. The only person who's actually on a push lap, I think, is Grosjean, and his first sector was abysmal. Paul di Resta has taken pole position. It's an all-Mercedes front row. Di Resta from Hamilton, Vettel in third, the Sauber of Hülkenberg is fourth, and it's Sutil in the Lotus P5 ahead of Raikkonen P6 in the Force India. Maldonado's Red Bull 7th, Grosjean in the second Sauber is 8th, Rosberg in the sole Ferrari 9th, and Michael out in 10th. There is your top 10 shootout. There are no penalties at the front of the grid. There is one for Jaime Alguersuari. That will drop into the back of the grid, but it had no bearing on Jensen. So 10th and 14th. It's going to be a tricky one.
The stage is set here in Barcelona. 66 laps around a track that the drivers know inside and out.
Barcelona is a circuit with plenty of history under its belt. It was here, after all, that multiple world champion Max Verstappen secured his very first F1 victory back in 2016.
Long straights and medium speed turns dominate here, but there's something else to watch out for at Barcelona. The air currents are strong and unpredictable, and they'll be giving aerodynamic components a real run for their money this weekend. Well, there's nothing quite like it. Welcome along to race day.
Let's get this car prepped, ready for the race, shall we? Let's take a look at strategy options. We've got a soft, medium. We can absolutely improve on that. I think that is going to be the planned strategy. Keep an eye on the temperatures. Jensen's already on that strategy, which is excellent. Don't have to change his strategy at all there. Very nice. Let's see. Fuel. We want to take... it is 1.6 kilos per lap. Let's take 3 laps of fuel out. We're going to go very aggressive off the line, as always. Try and jump somebody off the line if we're lucky. There we go. Hopefully we can avoid any drama into turn 1. And with that, we are set and prepped. The start of the Spanish Grand Prix is next.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. Many people here and at home are wondering what the Haas driver can do.
Fighting their way out from P21 is not going to be easy at all, and possibly too much to ask from this car.
And it looks like we're good to go. One of the oldest races on the Formula One calendar. This is the Spanish Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
All right, can we get a good launch? Trying to reposition ourselves behind that Sauber. Ricardo is trying to creep his way around the outside. It looks like he's done that. Now he's trying to make the move on Grosjean as well. Is that inside line going to open itself back up to us? No, it's not. Jensen's lost a place as well. He's in P15 right now. Schumacher lost a place to Ricardo, P11. Button gets past Perez, so looks like
Let's
we
have a
lost
look
2
at it.
places.
Look at the McLaren driver here. There's the opening.
Got that place back on the inside there.
And the McLaren there with a beautiful manoeuvre.
Right, let's turn these tyres down. Perez gets back
There's
past
still
us again.
opportunities here.
Let's turn down the fuel load
Okay,
as
keep
well.
looking after the tyre.
There's the track temperature. Oh, wow, 39.1 degrees. That is cool.
Lift
That
off
is
Vettel straight.
definitely a lot cooler than I was expecting to see. Yeah, it will get a little warmer towards the end of this stint. But if anything, it's going to get a little bit cooler before then. Jensen fighting off the advances of Marcus Ericsson. Let's move back to Schumacher. Most of the top half of the grid is a pretty even split between softs and mediums. The bottom half of the grid, almost all of them are on softs. Just Jensen on the mediums. And in fact, it is an even split. Look, in the top 11, we've got almost an even split. We've got 5 and 5 from the AI, and then us on our mediums, making it 6 mediums against 5. And then bottom, it's 10-1 in favour of the soft. So we might struggle a little bit in this opening stint compared for pace compared to the front runners, but theoretically this should set us up nicely in the second half. Ericsson with a big lock up there. Drops into the back of the grid.
Now
A
let's
little
take
bit
a
of
look
pressure
here
off
at
the
turn
back
10.
of Jensen.
Struggling with the car. But that's just the risk you take. The later you leave it.
New fastest lap for Seb. Ian to Resta have broken away. Seb's making the move. Goes for the inside with those soft tyres. Can't stick the move though. Has to tuck back in behind the Resta. Still holding his own in third, having got ahead of Hamilton. It's been a rocket start from Vettel, hasn't it? Oh, we got a lock up somewhere. Oh, it's Hamilton. Into the gravel. And to the back of the grid goes Lewis Hamilton.
Let's take a closer look. Right, so this was the 4th corner.
Down at turn 5.
Well, you can see the lockup, and they'll need to be mindful of the effect that that had on the tyres.
And still he's parked up.
Let's see what happened there.
And there we go. Ericsson
Now,
goes
we're
through.
with Lewis Hamilton here.
We'll give us another replay. We'll
Oh,
skip
no.
that. And he's off on the way, but he is behind everybody as Vettel gets the move done on Paul di Resta at turn 10. Now you would imagine that he's going to start to scamper away a little bit. We're going to turn our batteries back on now. Let's see if we can do something.
Overtake available.
I think Jensen's just out of DRS range of Perez. Yes, he is. No DRS active for Jensen. Yankee trying to close in. Maldonado gets past Hulkenberg. Softs definitely do have a bit of a grip advantage at the moment. Shuffling their way up the order. Taking a slightly defensive line. Now Schumacher has an opportunity. Switches back to the inside. Gets the move done under braking into turn 10, and that back into 10th place now for Jensen, for Michael. And will immediately start to put the pressure on Daniel Ricciardo, who is on the cusp of losing DRS himself. I think he has. Yes, he has. Excellent. So we've got a real opportunity to get past Ricciardo here as well. Let's go into clean air, just to make sure that he does step out. Couldn't quite get there. All right. So back into top up. We'll put the battle assist back on. How's Jensen doing? Still down in 15th. Not really able to move up yet. Top up there as well. Now you see Fernando Alonso. I forgot Alonso was at the back of the grid. He is now up to P16. He's going to start to punch his way through on those soft tyres. Ericsson has caught the back of Verne. Hamilton is still way of 3.5 tenths. Oh, we've got collision between Wickens and Al-Jaswari.
There's been a crash.
Oh, Wickens left plenty of space. Al-Jaswari just cut right across him there. And that was completely unavoidable. And if I was going to give a penalty, if I was giving out the penalties, then I would have definitely given that penalty. Oh, De Rest is off.
There's a yellow flag now.
Spinning for
Right
De
there.
Rest.
You can
Both
take a look
Mercedes are struggling.
Oh, all right so far. Oh no, that's not how to do it. And ultimately, just unable to bring the car under
What
control.
an absolute shocker for Mercedes. Both of their drivers with
It's not going the way the team
issues
had
in
hoped
braking
today.
zones,
That is for sure.
dropping them to the back of the grid. De Rest gets going just ahead of behind the Al-Jaswari. Al-Jaswari gets a penalty. He has that minor front wing damage. As I was about to say before De Rest
No hop done.
made a mess of things, is that if I were the one dishing out the penalties, I would absolutely give it to Al-Jaswari for that. Jensen has been overtaken by Fernando Alonso. No point fighting that. We're never going to win that one. Senna putting some, or Schumacher putting some pressure on Senna now, who is out of DRS range. We're looking to overtake him here. You want to set him up for a move into turn 1. There we go. We push him out into the inside line. We'll take the outside slot through, and then it's P9 now for Schumacher. Jensen's still struggling for pace at the moment, but again, he's surrounded by soft tyres. So while it's not ideal, it's perhaps not that unexpected. See if we can get Schumacher up a little bit closer to the back of Daniel Ricciardo. We need to think about fuel saving at some points. We've had quite a few little nicks and knocks so far, but nothing that's going to bring out a safety car or a VSC. Red Bull now have first and second. Maldonado up into second place ahead of Adrian Cecil. Hulkenberg in fourth place. Of course, an absolute shocker for Mercedes here, with De Rest now down into 17th place and Hamilton in 21st. Wickens looks like he's got some pretty serious damage on his car after that collision with Al Jaswari. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, he's missing a huge chunk of his wing. Look, yeah, his race is absolutely over. Not that he was really on for much anyway, but now he has no hope at all. Once it's past Perez, I'm going to start to push Jensen again.
Use
So we've got
overtake.
an almost full battery. Let's see if we can get him back into position. Try and fight our way past Checo. Still got Bianchi all over the back of me, which is not helpful. And there is the rester. Right behind us.
Time management all good so far.
Perez has now been dropped. Let's give Jensen a little bit more time.
Okay to close the gap.
See if we can close up enough to get that DRS here at the end of the lap. I think we will. No, we didn't. Still gets back ahead of Maldonado through the 1-2 chicane.
It has DRS.
Alonso trying and failing to get past Valtteri Bottas. Starting to wonder if maybe medium soft might be the better idea. Medium soft one. Maldonado still continue to squabble over P2. Gutierrez has just picked up Schumacher. That was unexpected. See if we can just naturally retake that place without having to burn the battery. Should be able to. There we go. Back up to P9 again. Jensen is struggling to make an impression.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
I'm going to start the fuel save. I think I probably made a mistake taking fuel out. I didn't think it would be this cool. We could
Suggest increased
quite
LICO.
comfortably have overfueled and pushed the fuel here.
Okay, recharge on is good.
I genuinely thought it'd be a little bit warmer than this. Result of A, the pressure behind us, and B, the fact that we're now into fuel save. We're going to lose at least one place here, maybe two into turn one. At least Bottas and Perez have caught up. So it's now one big train. There's no monster breakaway. I mean, Vettel is just stretching his legs a little bit. He's now 4.2 seconds clear. But Sittel and Maldonado, they haven't dropped off the pace completely by fighting each other. Hulkenberg's back up there as well. The gap to Raikkonen and Rosberg a little bit. Grosjean and Ricardo also there or thereabouts on the end of that train. A couple of seconds then to this fight here. But there's nobody absolutely sprinting off into the distance. There's no big breakaway chunk and a really slow subsection of the grid that's miles behind. We've done 11 laps, and even Wickens with his really badly damaged front wing isn't that far off. You know, it's still going to be a way before he gets lapped. Might explain why De Rest is still only in P16. Johnson's still in P19. The pace spread is still pretty close. And Alonso, having got himself up past Valtteri, is now stuck behind Bruno Senna. And this train led by Schumacher. His battery is looking pretty good again, so we will have a little splurge on the old acceleration again. Get Jensen through.
Use overtake.
Past Valtteri. Somewhere along the way, we got past Perez and I completely missed it. It's P14, back where he started now, Jensen. And De Resta gets through. Maybe Perez's tyres are starting to struggle a little bit. How long the softs are going to last. The AI around here. Some pressure on the back of Jensen, on the back of Bottas here from Jensen now. And now Vettel is really starting to stretch away. That gap now nearly 6 seconds. Now Maldonado and Brazil with Hülkenberg in tow are starting to take time off each other.
Recharge on, please.
Hülkenberg gets through as well. Maldonado losing 2 places there on the run into turn 1. And this is just letting Vettel get on with it. Do what he needs to. We've got our first pit stop. It's Jaime Alguersuari. He's got a 5-second penalty to serve. That contact with Robert Wickens. Are they going to change the wing? Yes, they are. New wing goes on. And another set of soft tyres. Right, back to Schumacher. Alonso has now got past Senna and Gutierrez. He's now on the back of Schumacher. He'll try and push his way past here, but he's pulled out the slipstream a bit too early. Has to go back in for another bite. Now we're picking up a slipstream as everybody's closing in on the back of Nico Rosberg, and Rosberg gets jumped by Kimi Räikkönen there. Gio Bianchi into the pits. Right rear does not want a seat. And eventually they get it through as Jensen has made his way past Valtteri, or he had. He's lost the place again, and now De Resta's going to try and take the place from us.
We think there's still opportunities here.
And looks like he's got us.
Use deploy.
back.
Your recharge on is good.
Let's have another go at getting a run on the cars in front. So Ricciardo has pulled out of the slipstream. He's going to leave a gap for us to punch our way through. Hopefully. No, Schumacher should have stayed where he was. Let's go around the outside. Maldonado finally has a lapse of concentration in the race.
Just a bit too wide at that point. Well, hopefully not a sign of things to come.
Won't really have cost him too much at all. We've got away with that one. Yeah, there we go. Muscle our way through. P8. There's Jensen getting on back in P15 again. Rosberg's in. And that's annoying because now I'm not going to get the DRS for Schumacher and I'm going to get jumped by Ricciardo again and possibly even Alonso. Hard tyres going on as Ricciardo has made his way through. That's so annoying. We did that hard work, we got the position, and then the driver in front of us peeled into the pits and denied us DRS and left us vulnerable to be repassed. When we are seeing cars starting to come in a bit more now. Perez is also in. Medium tyres for Checo. I've got Hamilton putting in some pressure.
Use the overtake button.
And he gets through. Fuel savings coming along quite nicely. Down to 2.8 kilos to find.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
I think we can probably start to push the tyres a little bit harder now.
Keep chipping away.
Yellow flag, and that's Bruno Senna. There he is, recovering back to the track after a lock-up into turn 4.
But here we are following the Alpine. Well, things are okay at this stage. And the car just locks. And hopefully there's not too much damage to the tyres.
He sets a new fastest lap on those tyres as Jensen goes through on Senna.
Recharge on.
Another yellow flag, and it's Maldonado again, maybe? Or has he just been overtaken? No, it's not Well, yeah, it is. It is Maldonado.
But this is what happened.
That's two mistakes now in the race. And that one's definitely a bit more severe
wide.
This time.
And they might want to take a look at the floor of the car there because that won't do it any good.
The Lotus went absolutely flying past him there of Adrian Sutil. And now Grosjean's going to make the move up into turn 1. Raikkonen and Valtteri both into the pit lane. And so is Senna. Kimi has to wait for Valkyrie to come in. There goes mediums. He's in and out quickly. Senna's out on the new set of softs. Here comes Marcus Ericsson. A decent stop there for Williams. And Satil is in. Going for an undercut. You would see him on past Maldonado. I thought Maldonado would have been in before, given his mistakes. Good tidy stop. Esteban Gutierrez coming in for the Toro Rosso team. And let's see. Jensen's having a look at Lewis. It's alongside. Can he complete the move? Yes, he can. Go on, Jensen. Right, Gutierrez, put on some soft tyres. New fastest lap for Checo.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Look at the McLaren driver here. The gap
nicely
opens up
alongside into turn 1. Kept his foot in through 2. Had the inside line through 3.
And the McLaren there with a beautiful manoeuvre.
The question is, can we stay there? As through goes Perez, just ahead of Gutierrez into turn 1. He set that new fastest lap. I didn't see what it was. It is a 1:14.7. It is definitely quicker than everybody by quite some way. No, apart from his teammate, Bianchi, who also did a 1:14.7. And Vettel's in from the lead. Off the mediums, onto a set of soft tyres. Alonso coming in as well.
Plenty to play for.
Hamilton gets back ahead of Jensen. That looked painfully slow, that stop for Alonso there.
We are ready for you.
New fastest lap now for Kimi.
You are P9.
So Sauber currently lead this Grand Prix, first and second. Hulkenberg from Grosjean. Maldonado is third, still hasn't stopped to come off those soft tyres yet. Maybe he's going to stop at the end of this lap. It's Ricciardo fourth, Schumacher fifth. Then Vettel in P6, he is the first of the cars to stop. Seventh for Di Resta, eighth for Hamilton, ninth for Jensen as Maldonado does come in. Then Satil and Raikkonen, Alonso, Rosberg, Bottas, Gutierrez, Perez, Senna, Bianchi, Alpaswari, Ericsson, Bern and Wickens. Both of the Mercedes drivers come in at the same time. This is going to be bad for Hamilton. And we've got a yellow flag. Decent stop for Di Resta.
We've got a yellow
Better
flag
stop for Hamilton, but had to
Here's the
sit
replay.
there and wait.
Now this was at turn 1.
And this
And round
is
they
a
go.
replay of the
And I
yellow
wonder,
flag that we had at
could
turn
they have
1.
done
A big spin
anything
there for
about
Robert
that?
Wickens. Got a fresh wing now, but still. Not able to keep the car going in a straight line. Maldonado has switched to hard tyres. He gets out just in front of Kimi Raikkonen. And I'm down to 1.7 kilos of fuel to find, which is pretty good. drop that for now. Batteries are just about full again as well, which is nice because we are going to be stopping soon. We'll have that full battery to attack the track with.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
So in comes Nico Hulkenberg, goes onto a set of hard tyres and will scoot back out again. We'll get out in front of Kimi Raikkonen, I think, who has now got ahead of Pastor Maldonado. Oh yeah, comfortably clear. Alright, let's get Jensen in this lap. We'll go one more lap with Schumacher.
And box this lap, confirm.
I could risk boxing them on the same lap. There is just about a big enough gap, but any delay would be disastrous. On Schumacher's start would be disastrous for Jensen. So we will not take the risk, and we will stagger their stops over 2 separate laps. Has not moved at all. It's been 39.1 all the way through. Ah, damn it. Ricciardo's in. I was hoping that he would go another lap and we would get a chance of a 1 lap undercut here. Oh, wait. They are coming in on the same lap. Shit. Oh, crap. Well, let's just hope we have a clean stop. Very nice, 2.1 seconds. Here comes Jensen. That's a bad stop. Oh, that's not. 2.3, that's not bad.
Racing at pit exit.
2.1 second stop. That is pretty good. Let's see, where do we feed out? Schumacher gets out just ahead of Paul di Resta. That was important. You do not want to get stuck behind the Mercedes on hard tyres. Jensen is... Where is Jensen? Behind Jules Bianchi, but ahead of Jaime Alguersuari. Let's get these tyres fired up. Going to have some work to put in now to try and back up the order a little bit. Very much the last cars to box, apart from Grosjean, who's in now.
1.1 now.
There for Grosjean. He's going to feed out. Let's see. He's going to feed out in front of the Williams drivers. I think he might. And a yellow flag. Not sure who that's for. It's been for Marcus Ericsson in the other Williams. Lapse in concentration there. Right, so P14, we have been overtaken. Tyres are still coming up to temperature. We'll get the rest of back on the start of the next lap, as long as we don't lose a place to Hamilton in the meantime.
Let's see if we can get past.
Senna and Ricciardo swapping places in 11th and 12th. The rest is closing in on them. We need to get this overtake done quickly here. Oh, wow. Yeah, Ricciardo getting badly blocked there by, I'm guessing, Wickens. No. I think. No, it is Wickens. And that has killed our opportunity of overtaking the Resta here. unfortunately, but we might get a brief sniff of a chance against Ricciardo. Ricciardo has got damage. Is that wing damage? No, I think that's underfloor damage. How has he done that? We'll wait till he crosses the line and we'll have a little look, see if we can figure out what's going on with that car. But I wonder if he got pushed wide over a curb, trying to get past Robert Wickens and damage his underfloor. No way through for Schumacher, but we're putting him under a lot of pressure, and that's dropped him away from Di Resta. Maldonado with the new fastest lap, 1:14.0. And this should be now a pretty comprehensive overtake. Through we go. Let's calm down the tyres. And the top up. Jensen gets past both Bianchi and Perez. At either end of the straight. Lovely stuff there from Jensen.
Reminder for the recharge button.
So again, it's going to cool the tyres down a little bit because we have pushed them hard for a couple of laps. Getting down to like a 105, 110 in that window before we turn them back up again. Hope we don't lose any more time. Push what's left of the battery here. Try and stay ahead of Ricciardo and Hamilton. Perez is closest as well. We'll do the same with Jensen.
Overtake available.
Let's see if we can figure out what happened to Ricciardo. It's not engine wear, so it must be underfloor. That's that yellow flag that we saw. Well, actually, no, we didn't see yellow flag, did we? But that sudden slow-moving convoy in front of us as we were trying to get onto Paul Di Resta, where a 3-second gap just disappeared like that. I think Robert Wickens pushed Ricciardo off the track in his defence of the position, or just not making things easy for Ricciardo for whatever reason. And that's got to be how that underfloor got damaged. Shame for Ricciardo. Good news for us. It means he will suffer a little bit of performance loss. And we can turn our tyres back up again now.
You can start pushing.
Not able to get rid of Ricciardo at the moment. He is hanging on very stubbornly. Jensen just about able to drop Perez.
Recharge on.
That's still only P16 for Jensen. A lot of work to do. Still, P13 still for Schumacher. Again, still a lot of work to do. Let's take a look at lap times. We're doing 1:15.0s. We're quicker than some of the cars ahead of us, but not substantially quicker. Still, the track temperature has stayed at 39.1 degrees. No change there. We're absolutely losing time having to defend here. what I'm going to do is, out of turn 1, I'm going to go on full attack. Try and break through, because Hamilton's about to try and make a move on Ricciardo. And Ricciardo gets a mighty slipstream off of us. All right, let's go for it. Let's see if we can break away. Perez is caught back up to Button again. And Bianchi's in for a second stop. Set of soft tyres going on. So we're into 3-stop territory now for Joe Bianchi. All right, there we go. We managed to just about gap Ricciardo. Hopefully he can keep Hamilton behind. I don't know if he will or not. Probably won't. But that will allow us to push on a little bit. Even if it is only for a lap or so before Hamilton's all over us. Aljo Suarez in for his second stop. I'm surprised that we're going to see this many 3 stops. And we've got a yellow flag. And that is Hamilton. No, Di Resta. I knew it was one of the Mercedes. They got the wrong one.
Look at the Mercedes.
Another lockup.
Things were all right here. The wheels just lock up there. Now, they did leave it very late.
And there goes Schumacher.
Time management looks okay.
Almost at the halfway point of this Grand Prix. Still got a lot of work to do if we want to achieve our targets, let alone a strong finish. I don't think we're going to be breaking out the Bridgestone cap tonight. Vettel now leads by 10.5 seconds over Adrian Sutil. Hulkenberg third. Alonso's got himself up into 4th. He really has punched his way through after a poor qualifying, hasn't he? Maldonado in P5, Grosjean P6, and Rosberg, Raikkonen, Bottas, and Gutierrez to round out the top 10. Senna in 11th, and it's Hamilton and Schumacher in 12th and 13th as Hamilton gets through ahead of us. Ricciardo 14th with some minor underfloor damage. Then it is Paul Di Resta having just locked up for the second time this Grand Prix. Down in 15th with Button right behind him. He'll try and punch Jensen through.
Use overtake.
Still need to do a little bit of fuel saving. 1.3 kilos under fuel. It's about 1.6 kilos for a lap of fuel. We're not going to get laps today, I don't think, but we may well have to do a little bit of fuel saving. We'll certainly save some of that naturally. Did start very heavily on the fuel and had to do quite a substantial bit of fuel saving towards the end of our first stint to make a big impact on that.
Maximum PU cooling.
That certainly would have helped our positions slightly, but you know, a calculated gamble that the engine temps would need cooling down a little bit, and we haven't even got close to 100 degrees at any point so far on our engines, let alone pushing them past 113 into overheating territory. So we could have easily and probably should have gone the other way and overfueled so we could push fuels in the braking zones for a bit of extra pace. Never mind. It is what it is. And we will just have to make do. See Di Resta struggling to keep Jensen behind. Evening, Luke. Good to see you. This time, Jensen.
Pick clear air if you can.
Got the run. Don't have the braking though. The rest are out braking us. My attempts creeping up again.
Okay, recharge on.
That's okay. Still got life in hand on these tyres. Jensen. Not much, but a little bit. Less so with Schumacher. Pace-wise, we really aren't making any kind of impression here. It's frustrating. Try and do something. Just way too far back. So, very big gap at front between Vettel and Hulkenberg, over 10 seconds, but then the rest of the field, no massive gaps anywhere really. I mean, the next really kind of decent sized gap is between Grosjean and Raikkonen, about 7.5 seconds. And then we've got this train that we're chasing. Raikkonen's at the head of that. Schumacher's putting all sorts of pressure on Senna. And we're going to go around the outside of him. Keep the pressure on and get back onto Hamilton's DRS. I think we can, because Hamilton is struggling to get past Gutierrez. And there we go. We are in the DRS. And we even dropped Senna completely. Ahead now of Gutierrez, we're tucked up behind. Try and do the same for Jensen here.
Overtake available.
Try and just give him a little punch of pace to try and move him up a little bit.
Still opportunities here.
Annoyingly, we actually lost an opportunity for a good overtake there by just doing a little bit of harvesting. Ooh, got one here though. Lovely stuff. There we go. Need to clear bounces pretty quickly and efficiently here. cleared him. Now we clear him. There we go. Button gets past Ricardo. And has run out of battery.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Schumacher's through on Valtteri.
Pack is low.
Recharge on.
We are able to stay ahead. Schumacher there, leading this little train of cars in front. So the drivers are pretty close together again.
There are opportunities ahead.
A couple more pit stops. Perez has dived in for a second set of tyres. Wilkins in the stops right now. I think that Bianchi and Altasmari are both on a 3-stop strategy. Perez should be going to the end with those tyres, I would imagine. He's still in the pits. Coming out now as he's being lapped by Seb. The first or second time? Second time. Into the pits dives Bruno Senna.
0.4. We think there's still opportunities here.
Some of the tyres Senna's put on. Senna mediums. I think he can take those to the end. Yeah, if he doesn't thrash them, then yeah, he should be able to take those tyres to the end.
Okay, maximum pace.
Right, it's an opportunity to punch forward a little bit again. The back marker in front to try and give us DRS. Oh, it was Raikkonen. It wasn't a back marker. Raikkonen into the pits, but again, we won't get the DRS. But we have gapped Valtteri. So it's an opportunity here for Schumacher to scamper clear a little bit.
No hop done.
Use overtake.
Cool the car.
There we go. That's a nice little move on Gutierrez, who has to go over the curb, and he loses a chunk of time as a result. He lost a second to us. His teammate now right behind him. Let's see a replay of that from a better angle,
Look
hopefully.
at the McLaren driver here.
Nah, maybe not.
Can they
Johnny,
squeeze by?
you can see Button just goes straight there for the curb.
And the
Gives
McLaren there with a beautiful
Gutierrez
manoeuvre.
absolutely nowhere to go. And Valtteri been overtaken by Di Resta.
Next car is Bottas.
Rosberg in.
Gap 0.7.
Deep breath. You're going to be okay.
And a bad stop for Nico Rosberg. Really bad stop. Right, once again, we are fighting with Valtteri Bottas, trying to chase down the Mercedes. this time it's not going to happen. So let's go into harvest. Try and keep enough pressure on Valtteri that he
Recharge
loses the DRS to Di Resta. And then we can try and get him comfortably on the next straight. With Gutierrez boxing to get out of the way, that has freed up Ricardo. Trying to close us down.
Next car is Bottas. Still plenty of opportunities.
And there we go. Lovely move from Jensen. Sold the dummy. Feinted to the inside, switched back to the outside and swept around him.
Tyre temperature management looking very good. Recharge on.
Looking good. Problem we're going to have is that because we're running longer than some of the guys who's top for tyres already, they're going to be in front of us and we're going to have to fight our way through them again before this race is over. We're at 2/3 distance now, 42 laps complete. 43 underway, about halfway around the lap. He goes into turn 9. Hamilton's stop will bring him out in P12. It'll be tight with Raikkonen, but he should be ahead of him. And he is. The new fastest lap for Esteban Gutierrez. There is Raikkonen and Senna behind him. Marcus Ericsson into the pits now. And Seb's in from the lead. Seb had medium tyres to take him through to the end of the race. And he has this in the bag. This is going to be a very, very easy victory for Seb today. Unless he makes some kind of horrific mistake. Aided in no uncertain terms by the fact that Mercedes threw both of their cars off the track. Almost like in protest of getting a result today. They started first and third, then Hamilton had a lock-up at turn 5, dropped to the back of the grid. Rosberg had a lock-up at turn 10 and lost a load of time there, and then also had a mistake at turn 4 later in the race. They have recovered well. They need to stop again. Alonso's had probably the best race of the day so far. Currently in P3, starting all the way at the back of the grid as another yellow flag is out. Is that Hamilton again? It is. Oh my word! It's just not on at all for Mercedes this weekend. That's 2 mistakes for each of their drivers now.
Oh, and the
So close to collecting the back of that Force India. All right, pit stop time. Kind of lost track of what was going on. Let's get Jensen in. How far behind? Yeah, I'm going to have to... I kind of lost track of the tyre wear. We're going to have to box them both this lap and hope that we don't have a mistake.
We
The
must
gap
box this lap.
is 5-ish seconds, 5.2 seconds. A normal stop should be fine. But a bad stop for Michael will have a knock-on effect here for Jensen. Ricardo's coming in as well. Ah, lovely. 2.2. Slightly slower than the first stop, but still good enough. 2.1 for Jensen. Beautiful. So both drivers have achieved a 2.1. More importantly, with Ricardo stopping on the same lap, there was no delay for Jensen, whose time was the second fastest of the day there, possibly behind Schumacher's. There was no delay to Ricardo, who is going to have to fight for it. Into turn one, just ahead of Perez there. But any delay for Jensen would have potentially allowed Ricardo to jump in between us. So glad that didn't happen. We've got Nico Hülkenberg and Adrian Sutil boxing.
P15.
Very strong German presence near the top half of the grid.
Hamilton 3 seconds ahead.
Good stop there for Hülkenberg. Soft tyres on for Sutil as well. And we are ahead of Rosberg. That's awesome. We are ahead of Nico Rosberg. Let's see if we can stay ahead of Nico Rosberg. As Valtteri boxes, and that puts Schumacher back into the top 10. That's a pretty tidy stop there. Alonso into the pits. Started this race down in P18, I think. Memory serves. Not a quick stop again. Ferrari really struggling with their pit stops this season, especially today. That looked at least a 3-second stop. Just not quite close enough to make the move on Senna there.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
We will continue to apply pressure. Do still need to save a little bit more fuel. We're at 0.9 kilos. Let's go ahead and get that started now. Jean-Luc Verne into the pits. Let's see. Maldonado needs to stop again. De Resta, I think, needs to stop again. Suari and Bianchi have made their third stops. Is this a 3-stop for Verne? It's going out to soft tyres. I'm guessing this is his third stop. Oh, can't wait, feel through. Can't see the leaderboard. No, it's his second stop. Might be a little bit too far back. And we are. Who just set the fastest lap? Oh, Lewis Hamilton set the fastest lap.
Use overtake.
Jensen some battery now. Chasing up Gutierrez. Rosberg is closing because we are stuck here behind Senna. We're going to go super aggressive. Punch our way through. battery and tyres. This time we will easily make the move. And through we go. Right, there is Jensen. Still 4 seconds behind. Targets for 8th and 9th tonight. I don't think we're going to make it with Jensen. Schumacher though, he's 2.5 behind where he needs to be. Maldonado comes into the pits. New fastest lap for Fernando as he moves back onto the podium. Who is coming through? That was Grosjean and Cecile. Resta is into the pits, so Schumacher now into P8. Question is, will Jensen get through? If we have a fault for Perez, we might actually hear what this is.
Well, yeah, right.
Ah,
It certainly
damn it.
looks like they've developed.
Apparently not. There's Di Resta exiting the pits with a yellow flag. Is that Grosjean? It is. Oh, Grosjean. And that's going to drop him right in front of Raikkonen and Schumacher. There is Schumacher. More points are suddenly on. Raikkonen tries to go around the outside through
We
turn
don't want
10.
to lose too much time.
Has the inside through 11, but now it's Grosjean fighting back.
Recharge on.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
No way through for Schumacher. And we've got Bruno Senna right back on us again. P6 is definitely a possibility here. Jensen has just about caught the back of Esteban Gutierrez. 15 laps to go. Seb is into turn 1 now. Big gap to Hulkenberg, who only just comes out of the final turn now. Let's see if we can punch our way past the pair of them here. Stay in that. Oh, no, he pulled across us. He pulled across us. Can we at least get Kimi? Yes, we can. So, P7 up behind Romain Grosjean.
Let's have a
Thought we were
look
going to get them both for a second
Look at
then.
the
They were
McLaren
both
driver
wide
here.
and then they both switched back
It's
across.
there for the taking.
But we did manage to squeeze our way past Kimi.
And the McLaren there with a beautiful manoeuvre.
In fact, we're losing ground to Gutierrez on that last lap. let's try this again. We are close enough at the moment to Grosjean. As Hamilton and Rosberg fighting over P10. All right, we've got the good exit. We've got the DRS. We've got the slipstream. We've got the driving clean air instruction. We've got the inside line. Come on, complete the move. Perez has got that fault we know about. There we go. We've got the position. Whew. Okay, P6. Lovely stuff. Let's go back to Jensen. We're a million miles away from where we need to be here with Jensen tonight. I mean, we've got Gutierrez, Hamilton, Rosberg, and then Senna and Raikkonen. And the gap is big.
Gap is
Hamilton and Rosberg are
1.7.
still fighting away.
There's still opportunities here.
How's this tyre?
Grosjean and Schumacher side by side. Grosjean's just edged ahead of us. All right, that's okay. We've got plenty of time, and we're looking after the tyres for the last half a dozen laps or so. That's why we haven't really caught up in front of us yet. Let's give Jensen a bit of battery. Try and get on the
Use
back of
deploy.
Gutierrez this way.
Plenty to play for.
A little bit of tyre as well. Fuel is now sorted.
time to push
Don't
up.
have to worry about fuel. Schumacher's back in front of Grosjean. See if we can break away a touch. Let's go for a fastest lap with Schumacher. Probably not going to get it. We'll have to go. Jensen's in the DRS zone. We might have an overtake opportunity here. Don't get too far back. Perez into the pits for his third stop of the day. There is the back of Esteban Gutierrez. Can we make a sneaky move? We tried this one a couple of times before. It's a great success. Not close enough this time though.
Maximum PU cooling.
Focus on recharge.
Schumacher has just about gapped Grosjean. That's good. I want him fighting with Raikkonen and Senna and Hamilton. Gives us a chance to try and just stretch our legs a little bit. Across the line we go. A 1:13.8. Ooh, that's nice. Not fastest lap worthy, but nice. The button has a little look. I wasn't even paying attention to Jensen there.
There are opportunities.
Had a little sniff of an opportunity. We'll try and get him on the next lap then, if not later on this one. 1.6 second gap to Grosjean. It's going to come down if Senna doesn't put pressure on him. Senna currently occupied with Raikkonen.
Still plenty of opportunities.
10 laps to go. Vettel is flying at the moment. He's a 1:13.9 last lap. Just 1/10 of a second slower than that flying lap from Schumacher. And Alonso just did a 1:13.5. He's flying at the moment as well. Right, Gutierrez does not have DRS. This is the lap that we try and punch through.
Use the overtake button.
Slipstream. Make the move. There we go. Big
Clear
overspeed.
air if you can.
It's done. Lovely. Next up, Nico Rosberg. It's Hamilton that gets up to 9th ahead of Kimi Raikkonen.
No harm done.
Oh, and a fault for Senna. Currently in 8th place. That's good for us. It's one less car to maybe put pressure on Schumacher, and it's a chance for Jensen to maybe take another place. So we are onto the back of Nico Rosberg. Can we drop him out of Raikkonen's DRS here? I don't think we can. Raikkonen's out of Hamilton's DRS, so there's a chance for both us and Rosberg to make the move. We're going to try and make the move on Rosberg if we can.
0.4. Deep breath. You're going to be okay.
Ah, damn it. Almost. Maybe up the inside here of Kimi. Yes. Lovely. Lovely stuff. Right. Let's ease down the battery. Let's ease down the tyres.
Recharge on.
Jensen's target is viable. We're only 2 places behind his target with the sponsors. And Rosberg is going to be vulnerable again. We're going to go straight back on the attack.
Overtake available.
Ah, he's just got in range, hasn't he? Senna's got ahead of Grosjean, and with that issue and the fighting, that's allowed us to open up a 3-second gap. We're not going to go any higher than 6th place with Schumacher unless there's a retirement in front of him, I don't think, or a big accident somewhere. And here we go. Making the move on Rosberg. Around the outside. Lovely, lovely. P10. Up next, Senna, Hamilton and Grosjean. Hamilton we're not going to get. Grosjean we might get. Senna we should get. Laps are ticking down. We're going to be wary we don't get caught out with someone trying to come back past us. Things have definitely shifted in our favour this last 10, 15 laps. Part of that, I think, is the tyre strategy. Part of that, I think, might be fuel. Maybe the AI still has to do a bit more fuel saving. Senna is now isolated and vulnerable here.
We don't want to lose too much time.
Again, we throw up a dummy. Feint to the inside, switch back to the outside, swoop around to the outside of turn 1. And that is Jensen into target position of P9, which I did not think was going to be on the cards about 20 laps ago, where we were down in, what, 16th with Jensen. 15th
And the McLaren there with a beautiful manoeuvre.
This has been a fantastic last sort of last portion of the race for us here. And there is a chance for Schumacher to go even higher. Hamilton has got past Grosjean. My worry is that Grosjean will get pulled along by Hamilton and Schumacher might end up losing 2 places. Hopefully not.
DRS.
But it is a possibility. Senna having a look back at us again in the DRS zone there. I need Grosjean to pick up his pace a little bit and put some pressure on the back of Hamilton. And up Schumacher's pace a little bit as well. We're protecting the tyres. Can we hold the line?
Use the pace.
No, we can't. Ah, damn it. Senna back through. Raikkonen gets past Rosberg. De Resta gets past Rosberg. De Resta gets past Raikkonen. Wow. De Resta on fire. Punching through.
And 1.1.
This time we are not taking any chances.
Use overtake.
We are going to get this move done quickly and efficiently. De Resta
Suggest
is
reduce
right
a
there,
bit,
look.
Lift and coast.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, God damn it. God damn it. I can't believe it. Robert Wickens gets in the way. And not only did we not get past Senna, we lost a place to De Resta, and we're now 2 places off our target again.
Let's keep pushing up to cars ahead.
Ooh, that is wide from Senna. So he got pushed wide by Paul Di Resta there, and we managed to sleek our way through. I said sleek there, I meant to say sneak or slink. And yeah, somewhere in the middle. All right, can we get back ahead and pull the rest of it? Come on, brave, brave, brave. No, we couldn't. Can we stay with him though? 3 laps to go. Schumacher now nearly 4 seconds clear of Grosjean and Hamilton, so he should be secure in 6th place.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in
Resta
good
is
shape.
absolutely steaming up to the back of Hamilton and Grosjean, though. Kind of dragged us along with him. And all of a sudden we are right back in that
Everything's good.
potential fight. Look how quickly De Resta's going. Absolutely flying right now. Too much grip. In the final turns there. Hamilton gets through.
there's still opportunities here.
And the 3 cars in front of us, the easiest one for us to get past will be Grosjean. And only if we've got tyres to spare at the end, and we are borderline.
Okay, keep looking
On
after
tyre
the
wear.
tyre.
Use overtake.
Grosjean's going to be vulnerable. He might get pushed wide here. He didn't, but by going side by side, they were slow enough for me to get back into range. De Resta is going to give up the DRS.
0.8.
Romain Grosjean here.
Plenty to play for.
He's got the legs though to stay ahead.
Use the tyre.
We've got 2 laps remaining.
Recharge on.
Another fault for Perez.
I'm losing a bit of power in the straights.
Use overtake.
Right, we have to go all in here.
Keep chipping away.
Schumacher is being caught very quickly by Hamilton. That should hopefully keep him ahead. And Grosjean kept the DRS. Oh, Vettel has a fault. He's only a couple of corners away from the end.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
There he is coming out of turn 9. He's only got like 4 corners to go. Come on, let me get that
Up to
extra
0.7.
place, that extra point.
There are opportunities ahead.
Come on, Jensen.
And it's a win for the Red Bull.
Comprehensive win for Vettel.
I don't think anyone could be disappointed with a race like that. A consummate professional through and through.
That'll close things up in the title race a little bit. And Hamilton down in 7th right now. Grosjean's going to stay ahead of us unless he makes a mistake.
0.9.
That's it.
0.9.
We're out of everything. We gave it our best
Still
shot.
plenty of opportunities.
Schumacher will bring it home in P6. A fantastic result, all things considered. Jensen had a go, but in the end, robbed of P10. Robbed of P9 or higher, thanks to Robert Wickens. Damn you, Wickens! Take my fist in your general direction. When you eventually cross the line, there you are. Is he 2 or 3 laps down in the end? 2 laps down.
And on our screens at the moment, the McLaren driver.
Yeah, and in the end, it was a finish in P6, which will bring in a few points.
Now, Karun, with that result in mind, what would they be feeling like down at McLaren?
They didn't do too badly today. A pretty respectable outcome as far as they'll be concerned. but they need to keep pushing. They can't afford to sit back.
And with that, our time in Barcelona is done.
For the next Grand Prix, make sure you join us at the renowned city circuit of Monaco. Prepare yourselves for one of the most legendary rounds.
Monaco could be interesting. That's tomorrow's Grand Prix. So there we go. Confirmation of the final result. It is a win for Sebastian Vettel. Look at that. Alonso up 16 places to take second. Started P18. Finished 18 seconds, 18 and a half seconds behind Vettel. That's a really, really strong drive from Fernando. Really strong drive. So far back. Had a lot of traffic to fight through in the opening stint. Didn't get through it amazingly quickly. But once he started to get into some free air, he just took off, didn't he? Great result for him. Hulkenberg hangs on to get third place. And a podium for Sauber. Maldonado is in fourth place. Then it's Sutil in P5. Schumacher in P6. A great result for him. Another 8 points, but losing some ground. Some of the cars in front of us. That said, we gained 2 points over current championship leader, Lewis Hamilton. So that's good. We also gained points over Paul di Resta as well, and Romain Grosjean. They finished 7th, 8th and 9th respectively. Jensen hanging on for the final point. Could not quite get through into 9th for the target. But as I say, that disastrous overtake attempt where we tried to get through and got blocked completely by Robert Wickens cost us badly because it allowed di Resta to sloop on through. Bruno Senna is best of the rest in 11th, Gutierrez in 12th, Raikkonen in 13th, Rosberg, miserable weekend for him, down in 14th place. Then it's 15th for Bottas, 16th for Ricciardo, 17th for Perez, 18th for Ericsson, 19th for Bianchi, Jaime Alguersuari in 20th, up 2 places from the back of the grid, had that penalty on his first pit stop for collision with Robert Wickens, where he damaged his wing and took a big chunk of Robert Wickens' wing off as well. Verne in 21st and Wickens 2 laps down in 22nd. Let's take a look then at the driver standings. Hamilton still leads, the gap now down to just 10 points. 3 wins so far this season for Hamilton, 2 wins now for Seb out of the opening 5 Grand Prix. Alonso is third on 72 points, 21 points behind Hamilton. Big gap then to di Resta, he's on 43 points. Schumacher up into P5 on 37, just 1 ahead of Nico Hulkenberg, who's now on 36, thanks for his podium. Maldonado's good finish gets him up into P7 ahead of Rosberg. They're both on 30 points apiece. Then it's Jensen down a position in 9th now with 20 points. 1 gain today. 2 ahead of Romain Grosjean, who has 18 points. Also on 18, Adrian Sutil. His 5th place finish gives him 10 points today and levels him up on points with Romain Grosjean. Then it's Senna from Ricciardo, Raikkonen, Bianchi, and into the non-scorers. Bianchi, the first of the worst, so to speak. Ahead of Gutierrez, Bottas, Ericsson, Perez, Alguersuari, Verne, and Robert Wickens. In the constructors' standings, 136 points for Mercedes, but they only picked up 10 points this weekend. Very good weekend for Red Bull. 37 points brings them up to 113. They're now just 23 points behind. Then it's Ferrari dropping down from 2nd to 3rd on 102 points. 18 scored for them today. We are still in 4th place on 57 points. 9 points earned this weekend. And coming under pressure from Sauber, a good result for them. Sees them on 54, just 3 points back. Lotus now have 28, then it's 9 points for Toro Rosso, 6 for Force India. And then the non-scorers, Caterham ahead of Williams and Marussia. Into the pit stops. We should have done well here. We did do well. We got the 2 fastest stops of the day ahead of Mercedes and Caterham, who got 4th, Red Bull 5th and 6th, Force India 7th, Lotus 8th and 9th. Toro Rosso get the final point in 10th. Let's see what the standings look like then. We are top with 140 points and we have a nice, healthy 58-point lead over Red Bull. Caterham in 3rd on 72 points. 62 points for Lotus, 2 ahead of Mercedes, who are up to 60 points now, thanks to the 15 they got today. No points to Sauber. They stay in 6th with 27 points. Then it's Toro Rosso with 19. Force India also on 19, moving ahead of Williams, who have 14 points. Marussia have 10, and Ferrari. We got first-hand experience of how bad their stops are at the moment. They see their quickest stop, 3.6 seconds so far this year. Yeah, their pit stops are not looking good at all. And I need to see why that is. Have they had to get rid of Diego Ayverno? We'll find out in a second. Let's take a look then at the final page, the performance page. We got the bonus for Schumacher. We just missed it for Jensen. No contract bonus to be paid out because we didn't get a win. So another 656k to add to our bank balance. Let's head back to HQ and do some investigative stuff. Okay, Tom Stallard has gone up by a point, up to a 90 overall now. Very nice. Ben Barnicoat goes up by a point as well, up to a 69. We've got another suspension. Is that a spare? It is, just in time, because we have lost one. There we go. That works out quite nicely. Let's go to the homepage. Still something else that needs to be fixed. Board attendance at the Grand Prix. Looks like they want to come to Monaco. We said yes last time. We got a crap result, and it hurt us. This time, we're doing all right. I'm going to say yes. I hope I haven't made a huge mistake with that. Let's take a look at the driver development update email. Have we gained anything? No, they are still as they were. What about the affiliates? We know Ben Barnicoat's improved a bit. Mick has gained a point in cornering, 3 points in adaptability, and a point in accuracy. Points gained in defending and accuracy for Tom Blomqvist. Ben Barnicoat gained a point in adaptability, defending, 2 points in reactions, and a point in accuracy. No change for Nick de Vries. We clawed back a point on defending for Timo Glock, and no change for our other reserves either. No idea what's going on with Toro Rosso, but based on that quote there from Franz Tost, they've had a bad upgrade. Marussia, let's see. Yeah, not having a great year at all this year. Let's take a look at the post-race data. What else broke? We know a suspension needed to be switched, a front wing and a front wing. Okay, so front wing fixes needed. Let's go to the car page, and I do have 2 spares, which is good because I need them both. There we go. How much cash have I got? 2.9 mil. It's not quite enough to get another intense part going. How long till we get some stuff to build? A week. And we should have those in time for Monaco. Right. What else can we do to add in extra downforce? We've got to go another 21 days before we get a new ATR. Is it? it's high speed that we need more than anything else. High speed and medium speed. I don't need the low speed performance. Let's go with that. It's going to normal because I can't afford to do anything else. But that's going to leave me 1.1 mil. It's not going to be enough to build up a nice supply of parts. We're going to have to hold off on a wing. But I can do something else for just a standard part. Maybe another suspension. Let's ease down the drag reduction a little bit. Look to improve medium and high speed performance. Let's go with that. It's not much, but it's something, and we need something. So we'll do that. Let's see. Pit crew training. Oh, check in with the board. What did they think? Oh, disappointed. Shit. Still in low confidence then. That's not so good. Let's get that training done. And quick smart as well, because I mean, at least the pit crew's doing well. It's a shame that's not a board objective, is to just have the best pit crew. Because that we can easily achieve, it would seem. Creeping up on that 90-point skill limit. Need to do that little bit of digging into what the hell is going on with Ferrari's pit crew. Take a look at their staffing list in a second. See if we can figure out why their stocks are so bad right now. Yet to score a single point from the opening 5 Grand Prix in the pit stop challenge. Not something you would expect from a team with that kind of pedigree. Messed that one up. Missed a day. Missed an entire day. I'll carry 1% into Monaco. I'm happy with that. And then we'll be at 20% final day of the month, which means we'll start July with a nice low 0-ish fatigue level. Very nice. There we go. Let's confirm that. So, let's go scouting. Well, kind of. Let's have a look. No, they've got Diego, who is a superstar. It shouldn't really be Diego, but I'm going to scout him to just see if his mentality is in the toilet or something, because I can't understand why the pit crew would be so bad. So we've got 1.9 mil, and we've got a week to go until we can get some new parts ready to build. We've got our scout report back on Diego. I mean, look at these stats. They're really, really good stats. His mentality is enthusiastic, so they'll be getting boosted as well. Look, he's getting +2s. So what is going on with their pit crew? The only thing I can think of is maybe they're just not blocking the training very well, and the guys are exhausted going into a Grand Prix. It's the only thing I can think of. Never mind. Right, there we go. New underfloor and a new chassis. Let's start to build these. We have 2 million in the bank, thanks to a little bit of extra cash there from our tour center. Let's get 2 of those into production. As you can see, these are going to give us a huge boost. Our first chassis upgrade of the year, and our second underfloor upgrade will give us a pretty decent bit of extra downforce as well. Help to close those gaps up a little bit. Still going to be trailing behind the top teams by a decent amount, but that will certainly help close that gap down. We are 9 days away from... No, I'm looking at the dates, the 9th. 18 days away from Monaco. And we will have the chassis ready on race day. So we're only going to have 1 chassis available. We'll give that to Schumacher. But both drivers will have an underfloor. So we will make sure that they are both fitted at Monaco as well. Really would like to see those take a nice little leap forward. These numbers are not quite accurate at this stage because some teams will yet to have replaced any parts that need replacing, like we just did with our front wings. Speaking of which, I probably should make another one, but I don't have any money left. Go another week. Get a bit more cash from the tour centre. That should hopefully be enough. I don't remember if it's 225 or 275 for the front wings. It better be 225, otherwise we're in trouble. Yes, 225, thank God for that. Let's get the right one first of all. There we go. Let's get one of those into production. There we go. Good stuff. Staff survey. Mick's not happy with the car. Like he's going to be getting in it anytime soon. He's the only one who's bitching about the car. Everyone else is pretty happy. That's nice. Here's some cash from the sponsors. How much do we get? 6.787. Very nice. Anything mandatory? Another 2.5 mil from a hot lap. Very nice. That will fix up our facilities. The boardroom refurb is done just in time for Monaco as well, which was important. Very important, given that the board are going to be in attendance. We can now add an extra wing to our build queue there. I'd rather have more than one going into Monaco. Any others that we're short on? Chassis. We're working on chassis. I'm going to wait until we've got both parts. We do have both parts. All right, let's see how much of an improvement we have made with our 2 new upgrades. I'm hopeful this will be significant. All right, let's change the car to... All right, so let's have a look. That is our car pre-upgrade. And there we go, post-upgrade. We gain an extra 0.5 kilometre an hour, almost. A couple of extra bits of acceleration. An extra 2 and a bit % on DRS. We get a nice little boost on the low speed. Medium speed gets a nice, healthy jump. As does the high speed into the 5.2s now, finally. Dirty air also gets a slight bump. Didn't really care too much about that. Didn't need it. Tyre wear gets no change at all. Slight improvement to engine cooling. Again, didn't really need it. Total extra weight now. Car is very, very light. Very light indeed. Where do we actually stand in the rankings? Well, according to this, we have the fastest car in a straight line. But, again, we're not at race day yet, so there's a chance that some teams might need to swap out some parts. But this is encouraging, though. That's what I wanted to see. A big step forward in the downforce section. 7th now in the low speed. 11th in the medium and high speed to replace the very low rankings there. Again, with the caveat that that might change on race day at Monaco. So, let's see what's in the inbox. Just confirmation of our refurb on the boardroom there, so you can see we're going to get that extra race gain confidence, or race confidence gain. We know about the front wing. Let's get the sponsors done. We've got a whopping, financial package coming. 5.95 mil mandatory. No, sorry, 6.79 from engagements, with another 5.65 from the mandatory activities. We've got a wind tunnel hire and an energy drink advert cameo appearance as well. We're going to make an absolute fortune. This is excellent. It's what we want. It's what we need. Let's see. Let's send the scouts. Let's use the factory. Send the driver. I'm going to use the simulator. There we go. 12.44 mil in 6 weeks' time. That is awesome. Confirm. There we go. And I've got money to spend. I don't think we're going to be able to improve this without hours now. Yeah, not really. Yeah, not at all. Okay. We're going to need hours to get any further improvement out of our underfloor there. So we're going to have to wait. How long? Oh, only 4 days. Wow, that time flew by, didn't it? We could do another chassis. I am curious, now that we've dumped all our hours on that first one, what the second one would look like. The answer, not amazing. point where where the law of diminishing returns is hitting hard. Alright, well, before we design any more parts, let's get the facilities spruced up, because that will certainly be having a negative impact. Facilities, there we go. So, car park test centre, we want to refurb that for 2.5 mil. That will take 19 days. Factory, full refurb, it's going to cost me 4.2 mil. Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's just too expensive. Could upgrade the suspension sim. Maybe. Soon. 10 mil for that. How much is an upgrade on the design center? 18 mil. Yeah, those prices are way out of our budget, unfortunately. Team hub. 6.5 mil for an upgrade. 2 mil on a refurb. It's only going to boost weekly development. I think we just let that rot now as well. Hospitality, yeah. Let's refurb that for just 220k. That's good, that's good. That's all good. Right, we'll hang on to the 6 mil for a bit. Instead, let's spend some of it adding in additional spares. Right, is there anything else on low stock? Suspensions. We've got a new one coming in 12 days. That's new. That's new enough as well. Yeah, I say we try and hold off on suspensions so that we can just build the new ones. Right. Let's advance time one last bit. We're almost at race day. Low stock on those, I know. Ooh, a reduced deadline on this. Pre-approved. All we got to do is just say okay. It's going to bring it forward by 8 days. Not bad. So I'll be ready tomorrow. There we go. New suspension is ready to start being built. So let's build it. Not a huge upgrade, but it's an upgrade. Let's build 4 of those, because we probably won't do another suspension upgrade for a while. We want to keep focusing on things like the underfloor and the rear wing and maybe the front wing as well. There we go. We've got underfloors done. What can we fit to Jensen? We're going to have to wait on that one, aren't we, on the chassis, but we can give him the underfloor. I thought I'd put more underfloors into the build queue. Apparently I didn't. Thought I'd already added one in. So let's go with... Let's go to... Okay, we're down to, what, 3.7 mil now. Okay. Used up a good chunk of that cash that we had. However, car is in pretty good shape. We're 4 days away from Monaco. New ATR ready and waiting. We'll get on that as soon as our car park test centre is done. There's our spare front wings. Very nice indeed. And we've made it to race day. Phil Prude's contract is coming to an end. Yeah, we want to renew that. I mean, look at those stats there. Amazing. It's got a great affinity with Schumacher. So, if nothing else, we want to make sure that we keep that relationship with Schumacher alive. Oh, he's occupied with the race weekend. We can't do that now. Damn. What else was there? Strategy prep. Cold. Ooh. So that means an aggressive push on tyres. Probably still a 1-stop. Maybe a 2. It depends if we get a safety car or not, I suppose. Let's see. There we go. Updated figures. So we lost a tiny bit in the low speed. We've gone from 7th to 8th, but those upgrades on the surface of it look legit. Look at this. The car's overall performance ranking is 3rd. Because it's factoring in the acceleration to that as well, I'm guessing. But yeah, look at that. 1st in speed and DRS. Not really ideal for the circuit we're about to go to, but the one after that. What is the one after that? Oh, yeah, perfect. It's Montreal. It'll be very, very handy for Montreal. And crucially, we've also taken that lovely step forward in downforce. So we're now 8th in the low speed, 11th in medium and high speed. We're right up against the averages there. We've got comfortably the best dirty air tolerance compared to the average. Look at that. Look at that gap. That's huge. Really good tyre and engine wear as well. This car is suddenly looking like it could be competitive. So not really the best place to show off these new upgrades in some respects. Going to Monaco tomorrow. We've gained a lot of good speed, but this is not a fast circuit. However, we absolutely needed those because we needed that extra downforce. If we see the difference, there is Jensen's car. He's got the speed, doesn't have the downforce because he doesn't have that chassis upgrade. So a bit of a shame I can't get that to him before the race itself, unless he has a disaster in qualifying, in which case I can start him from the pit lane and slap it on that way, because it won't be ready till the Sunday, I think. How many days away? Yeah, it's still 2 days away, look, so that won't be ready till Sunday. That's a shame. That's a shame. Couldn't that extra downforce would have been nice for Jensen, but we might well stick him on a set of hard tyres and just run him long and try and hold as many people up as possible, give Schumacher a chance to scamper off and maybe, just maybe, get on the podium. That would be incredible if that could happen. And we would get to wear one of our podium caps for the first time as well, which would also be nice. There we go. That is it for tonight. Bit of a longer stream than anticipated because we had some catching up to do, and I waffled about my new cars and stuff behind for a while as well. But I hope you've enjoyed tonight's stream. If you have, and you haven't already done so, give us a thumbs up. It would be much appreciated. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well if you're not yet subscribed to the channel. Click on the bell for notifications on the start of live streams and anything else that pops up on the channel. And I'll be back at the usual time tomorrow, 8 PM, for round 6 as we head to Monaco. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.